Now on Britannia, you did investigate the Cambrian dragon. And in so doing, if you remember, you actually discovered that there was indeed a dinosaur that was, for the best want of a better description, was in some kind of hibernation and had been released through local mining activities. You all researched this thing, you figured out partly that there was a wild beast running around the forests of Britannia. You managed to set a trap and you managed to defeat it. In so defeating it, you became local celebrities. You were the dragon slayers, and you all gained that little bit of reputation because of that. We're now fast forwarding about 6 months later. You've all been actually traveling around the empire a little bit, enjoying a newfound small fame, but enjoying it nevertheless. And your travels have taken you to Greece. And here in Greece, we have the town or the city of Colonia, Laus, Iulia, Corinthiensis. Let's just call it Corinth. Corinth was almost completely destroyed in the time of Julius Caesar. This is about 150 years ago to all of you, when the Romans took over Greece. But in the 150 years since, it has been almost completely rebuilt, and it is now thriving. You can think of it almost in terms of a modern day Londinium. It is a big trade area because obviously it's sitting right there on the Mediterranean. It attracts a lot of trade from the other side of the Mediterranean, whether it be Egyptus, Africa, and it's also got a huge military port there as well. And this double whammy really makes Corinth to be a huge focal point for not only wealth, but also for merchant activity in general, and some powerful people from Rome. You have found yourselves here because Dulius has actually received a written missive. Ooh. This missive reads, Dulius, you do not know me, but my name is Paulus Gellius, and I am acting on behalf of a powerful merchant family here in Corinth. We have need of your assistance, of you and your erstwhile companions. A family's livelihood and perhaps even lives are at stake. It is signed simply Paulus Gellius with a seal. And Dulius, you've never heard of this individual at all. But with some light research, you find out that he's actually a freedman. He was freed some 20 years ago from a family under the name of Dexius. The Dexius family has been based in Corinth for some generations now. They go back a long way, and they are considerably wealthy. So apparently this Gellius individual is a freed man of theirs. Now you have, in the intervening time since the Cambrian dragon, you have all kind of got this little reputation of being this pack of almost witch hunters. You can sort of ferret out crimes, ferret out murders, and ferret out those more spiritual in nature. So receiving a letter like this is not entirely unusual. However, to have a patronage of such wealth is unusual. So you're currently in Corinth. You have recently arrived. You are currently standing on the harbor, probably with your belongings slung over your shoulder. What do you do?
Well, let's try to find this Gallius. Try to find him. Inquire where we might locate somebody by that name.
I mean, if he works for the Dexius household, even now that he's a freed man, perhaps we can start there. They'll, if not there, they'll know his whereabouts for sure.
Right. Yeah.
So if you actually sniff around a little bit, and you imagine you've got this bustling port all around you right now. You've got sailors unloading, you've got sailors loading, you've got passengers embarking and debarking. But you could catch someone's arm and sort of say, so the Dexius family, and like this busy individual with like a big huge crate on his back sort of stops momentarily, and he kind of grunts and he nods, actually almost up towards the hills out of town. Now, this is a lovely Mediterranean area that you're in. You have the Mediterranean to your back. You have this cool breeze coming in. The sprawling city of Corinth is out before you with all of the sight, sounds, and smells. But you do have some rolling hills going up away from you. You can see for miles on this beautiful clear day. And it's dotted with orchards and groves and little sort of large villas actually all around. The way he's indicating, you can kind of go, yeah, okay. You could probably get yourself in the right direction and ask questions again. Are you going to head out in that general area towards Dexius?
I think it's a good
The
idea.
only thing I think we might want to do, and I don't know, is maybe stop by some local. Find if there's anything rumors, if there's anything going on that we might know about the Dexius household that they might know. I don't know. It might be too early.
Boots to the ground sort of thing. I mean,
Yeah,
we
just sort of like.
probably need an in room anyway, just for all of our things. And Fadia has like suitcases and suitcases.
Little hat box on.
It's one of those things, it's like the little
on.
Russian dolls that just keep on going. Like when you turn around, Fadia's equipment is still being unloaded from the galley behind you. And there's just a steady line, like little ants bringing them out.
I haven't been to Greece before, so I just wasn't sure what to pack. So I just packed everything.
One little backpack.
This is my household.
Yeah, I don't think you and I have much stuff.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I can imagine that we've got Vatinius right there, the centurion, who's probably just got like a stick over his shoulder with all of his belongings hanging off it. He's good. And we've got Fadia just with a little army of ants unloading everything. So you can almost certainly find yourselves a place to rest. No problem at all. You get away from the docks a little bit. You start finding a slightly nicer area of town where there is clearly a little bit of money trading hands. So while there's maybe a little bit of crime, it feels safer here. And the inns and the taverns start to crop up around you. And you actually find a really nice looking one that is called the Howling Wolf. And it is a picture of this wolf that's actually on a cliff overlooking what you take to be the Mediterranean, all in silhouette. And he's howling towards the moon. But it's got this lovely open covered courtyard out front. And it seems to be like there's some wealthy types sitting and they're meeting and they're probably negotiating deals. And it has this wonderful cool breeze coming up from the sea. And it feels good and it feels safe here. They have rooms if you wish to sort of secure yourself some rooms. All of you are wealthy enough to push a couple of sesterces across the counter, no problem at all. And so you find yourselves some rest area where belongings are now getting dropped off for Fadia. Did anyone want to sniff around the Dexius family while you're here? It seems to be that you are surrounded by quite a lot of merchants. It is a merchant town, and this might not be a bad area to kind of go, oh, do you know anything about?
Yeah, definitely want to do some sniffing around. Be like, oh, have you ever done any work for the Dexius family? Like, how'd that go? Like,
All
that's
right. So I think what we can have from each of you individually, because here's the deal. You're all from different walks of life. You're all from different areas of the empire. And you all have a certain amount of charm with different types of people. Like, we probably wouldn't want to have someone like Conri go and talk to a senator. Probably wouldn't get very far. But Vatinius might get somewhat further. Likewise, having someone like Tiberius go and talk to just some down and out good old working guys would probably actually get better results than someone like even Doreena. So you can all sort of split up and start sort of asking around a little bit. What I want to know is who you're talking to and what skill you're going to intend to use. Something like Empire might get you a better sway with the more up there people, those of a little higher social standing, while something like Fast Talk might be more like a back alley conversation. And then you've got Charm. If maybe Fadia is leaning across a table trying to woo a little information out of a local merchant group. So you can tell me what you want to use and how you're using it. And if you just want to sit at the bar and have a drink of pretty good wine, actually, you can do that too. So
I actually don't have charm.
What up with that?
I don't seduce people. I just talk to them sweetly.
And knife them. I'm sorry, my bad. Strike that.
That didn't. No proof of that. Nobody ever saw anything.
So let's just go in order here. So Vatinius, did you want to talk to anyone?
Yes, I'd like to talk to. I'm kind of new in town, and I just want to. I'm a Roman, of course, and I'm interested in maybe the garrison. Maybe what do they have as far as are the Roman soldiers in the area? Do they have a detachment around here? Is kind of just try to find anybody like that, and just to see what the security's like here. What kind of what are the dangers that might be around this area?
So one thing that you've all learned about each other, because you've all now actually been together for at least 6 months, and you've been through some trials and tribulations, starting with the dragon itself, is that Vatinius here is sometimes a little bit out of sorts. He's a legion man. He likes order. He likes to wake up at a certain time. He likes to approach the morning in a certain way. And he loves the sound of marching feet around him, even when he's sleeping at night. This is just what he's cut from. This is his stock. Yeah. And what he has instead is you 6 people around him. So it's a little bit different. And there've probably been some comedic moments because of it. Now, here's the deal. When you see Vatinius arrive in Corinth, you almost see his chest swell out. His shoulders instinctively go back because there is a large legion component here. There is a military harbor here. They make military galleys, and there is a large protective force. And wherever you go, like in the inn, the Howling Wolf, where you're checking in, you can hear a patrol of 8 guys go past outside, and it's the first time in a long time that you've heard the chunk, chunk, chunk of their sandals on the streets outside, and you can almost feel Vatinius go, "Oh, I'm home," and it feels good. So for you, Vatinius, when you go off, you find yourself going off deep into Corinth, but you're also like just heading away into the military area. There is plenty to protect here. Just the sea routes themselves, the merchant routes, the sheer volume of goods coming and going, and the sheer volume of money that it's exchanging hands outright is a magnet for piracy. So this is an area where the Empire puts down its pilum and goes, we are protecting this. So you find yourself very easily to get towards the local garrison, maybe even like a passing patrol, and kind of pull someone to one side and start asking some questions. I think what I'm going to want from you is an Empire roll and what you're asking about.
empire rule. Let's see. Do I have? Let's see. That's what it's. Is it?
You should have at least 25.
25 is what I have. So you want a percentage roll then on it? Yeah. All right, so I rolled a 49.
All right. And remember, a failed on a dice roll is not necessarily a failure. It's really all about what you're dealing with. So you do sort of stop a patrol. Yeah, and they're, to begin with, they're a little bit perturbed, but then they recognize that you are a fellow military man, and the leader sort of comes forward to you, and you start sort of striking up a banter, and he's telling you about the town and the need for protection and the fact that he's been stationed here for like the last 4 years and so on. He asks you a little bit about you, and it's just small talk to begin with. What are you actually asking him now?
Well, are there? What's the general situation here? Is this a time of peace? Are there any threats that are maybe in the background?
It's peace in this area for sure. You're not that far from the Italian peninsula. But that said, there is always the chance of piracy. So there is always that undercurrent of potential violence at any opportunity. The streets are like this, by the way. You know, it's like if you're out in the streets at night, there's a good chance of violence, which is why you have someone like Dulius who patrols the streets at night. That's his job. But yeah, I mean, there's no war going on right now.
So what kind of commerce do we have in the area? Is there what's being traded here?
Oh, all sorts from actual animals, spices, huge amount of food coming in from the Egypt area, cloth textiles coming in from that area. Then, of course, we have a lot of the exports, whether it be olive oil, et cetera, et cetera. It's just all manner of things are being traded.
Where are the big merchants? Are they here in town, or they have places out in the countryside?
The medium-sized merchants tend to have places in town. Most merchants do business in town. Some of the larger, more profitable merchants are outside of town. A lot of these villas that you see up on the hills over here, those are the more successful ones.
So they have, that's where they live, but they actually trade in the center of town. Is that the idea?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of everything. They're going to do their business up there, just like with any clients every morning. You know, the clients will come in, they'll do their business in the villas. But there's always going to be some kind of business going on here in the streets.
Can I ask about the Dexius family, if they know anything about them?
He's heard of the Dexius family, but being a military guy, he doesn't seem to be too familiar, but he has heard of them. They're definitely one of the more established families here in the area. They've got a lot of coin. One thing, by the way, that you will get from this, Vatinius, is for a military guy to have heard of a specific merchant family. That merchant family must have something going on.
Does he know what trade they're in? What sort of commodities they try to trade? Anything in particular?
Curiosities from Egypt.
Oh, I see. You asked about the inn where we're staying. Is that a good place to stay? You know, the soldiers would know that.
That's a good inn. Yeah, he approves of that. Just don't be out too late, but it's a good inn. It's a good area of the city to be in. Doreena, did you have anything that you wanted to do?
Doreena, since she's a shepherdess, or has been, she had noticed as we were going to the inn that there was an area where there were animals corralled and people taking care of animals. So she heads there to talk to the simple folk watching their animals, and the animals there for trade. And so, you know, she just obviously looks like a shepherdess, or she hopes she still does. And she knows how to talk to them because these are her people. So she asks, she tells them she's new in town, and she asks about the animals and admires their lovely stock, and then starts to ask them questions about the town and how are the animals doing? And is this a promising place to raise the animals? And she's going to work it into the conversation that she's heard that there's good trade with some family. Now what was their name? I think it was Dexius, that they do a lot of trade with animals.
Nice. Okay, it sounds a little bit like a charm, I think, going on here. Do you have a charm skill?
Yes, I have 30.
Oh, give me a charm roll, young lady. Now, one of the things we all know that, I think we all have this aura about us, about it's almost like our station in life or the culture that we've grown up in. And she definitely could easily sort of blend into the animal handling like culture, like just like riding a bike, so to speak. So what did you roll?
Well, I rolled a 12, which is either really good or really bad.
It's really good.
Oh, good.
So you always want to roll below your skill. The higher your skill goes, the easier it is to get, right? What is your charm? 30, you said.
30.
You rolled a 12. That's less than half. So that is what we call a hard result. That means you get a better result from it. So great roll. So yeah, you easily slip back into the animal handler, the animal carer role. You know the language, you know what people care about in this type of part of life. And before you know it, you're talking to a small crowd of a mixture of merchants and handlers, and you're making recommendations for which camels should actually, go with which for mating purposes. They were only imported just a week ago, and they were actually a little bit of a loss. And then you're pointing to some goats and actually pointing out that one is actually diseased and should probably be pulled away. And they're actually really impressed with your animal husbandry like skills. And so you start then talking about the Dexius family, and they all actually nod with recognition. Now you do get this vibe that the Dexius family is a different league. There's actually one fairly heavy set, dark-skinned merchant that is sort of leaning on this fence, and there was a lot of sort of negotiation going on around him, and it was his camels that you were making recommendations about, and he's kind of got like a little sort of stick with some feathers on the end, and he's sort of swatting away the flies as he's talking. And he's like, the Dexius family, and he's kind of swatting away. A different trade than this. And he sort of waves towards all of the animals and the goats around him. They deal in how would you say the curious things, the looted from the tombs of Egyptus. Yes.
Oh.
They bring them here to the empire.
So that's certainly a different. So she just says, oh, well, that's certainly a different trade than we're all in.
Oh yes. This is good honest trade. They deal with things for the senators and the rich to put on shelves.
Yeah.
Or in display cabinets, he says, pointing to a slightly coiled piece of wood with a painting on it.
Okay, so she does pretty good. Yeah. Can she find anything else out from him, or is that about it? She doesn't want to appear too obvious.
He does continue. He does say they have fallen on some hard times recently, it seems. Going poor. I don't know why, but rumor has it that they are spending much faster than they are earning right now. And what is the phrase? Hemorrhaging money.
That's an important piece of information. Okay.
All right, Conri.
Well, I was thinking, being an auxiliary myself, I might try to look around instead of looking at the army per se, looking more into, are there any of perhaps my folk who are down in this area? Because I know auxiliary kind of go all around the Empire, don't they?
Yeah, auxiliaries are with every legion. You're going to find auxiliaries here, and you're going to find veterans, and some of those might have been auxiliaries as well.
Right.
Give me a luck roll.
A luck roll. Sure.
Give me a luck roll. And now luck is going to be one of those stats which is on your left-hand side near the bottom.
I rolled 29, and my luck is 68.
Then you succeeded. Luck is one of the, remember, luck you can use to improve your rolls on a point-by-point basis. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
But it is also, so the more you use, the lower your luck's going, right? But just your intrinsic luck as a person, and I don't mean luck, I mean look, you know, this can influence things from the point of view of, is there a ship harbored nearby? Well, I don't know. Is there? Give me a look. So from your perspective, you made it well. And there is actually someone from the Kate here who is an auxiliary, but he's retired now and he has a small farm outside of town.
Perfect.
His name is Drusus.
Drusus.
Drusus of the Kate.
Well, if it's possible, I'd like to go visit him.
Yeah, no problem at all. You find yourself outside of town. There's a beautiful area, by the way. It's quite rocky, but there's also fertile areas, very hilly. And it's just a beautiful, you find yourself with only 5 minutes out. You're kind of actually quite a bit up, looking down on Corinth and the sprawling Mediterranean. And you got to admit to yourself, this is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful area. Now, you've been directed to a small farmstead that is growing olives here. And apparently Drusus managed to acquire for himself some old vines that are doing quite well. They're several generations old. But he is just a single family. And as you sort of start to get close, it's just, you see a simple abode, single story, stone though, some outbuildings and some fields nearby. And you can see there's a young woman with some young men sort of tilling and sort of tending to the vines. And there's a much older gentleman, probably close to about 60 years of age, who is tenderly sort of going from vine to vine, checking, tying up, making sure everything is going well. And he just seems to be enjoying life, man. You just get this vibe of he is chill.
Well, I believe that to be Drusus. I'll call it in the native language of, you know, in our native language, saying, Drusus, you know, hail and well met.
There is no doubt that he hasn't heard this language probably going on 15, 20 years now. You're almost certain of it. And so there's this, as he's sort of leaning over this vine, there's this moment where he tenses, and he tenses in a very soldierly-like manner, like he hasn't lost that, but it melts in less than a second. Unless you were a combat type of person, you wouldn't even see the muscles react that way. But then he kind of melts, and you see, he turns around, and he's got this big, huge grin on his face. And he replies also in your native language, I have not heard those words in some time. Who are you, stranger?
I'm Conri of the Cape. I've only recently come to these foreign lands, but this is a beautiful area you have here.
He's walking towards you as you speak. He pulls out a cloth from his belt. He's wiping down his hands a little bit. So by the time you sort of finish talking, he's now sort of almost face to face with you. And he puts out this, even though he's an older gentleman, he's still got knotted muscles, big, huge hairs on the back of his arms, good, whole calloused hands, a good working man. And he sort of reaches out. He's got a beard like yours. And he sort of reaches out and sort of shakes you firmly and genuinely so. And continuing still in your native tongue. I can't imagine that you're here by accident. Who are you?
Well, recently I've been traveling with a group who have been exploring the Empire. We're hunters of sorts, I suppose you could say. And recently we've received a strange message asking us about some goings on at a nearby villa or estate. And I'm trying to gather some intel about it. And I heard that you were in the area, and you sounded like you might be a friendly face, for a sore eye.
He grins back. He does grin. It's probably you're the first human interaction outside of his family that he's actually had in a few days. But also, no one just talks like everyone's talking shop normally. He's talking about the price of olives and if he's actually going to make ends meet. But you're coming to him about monsters and hunting and things like that. So he's like, you can see he is genuinely intrigued. And the area is quiet enough. We obviously have some predators out here in the hills, but they don't get too close. Was there a particular villa? He looks around him nervously.
I mean, I'll say it's not your villa. It was one on what was the name? Dexius. And I can't say I've ever heard much about them, but I figured if anyone were to know, or if anybody would be more forthcoming with information, it could be a friend.
He leans on the fence between you and he kind of shakes his head a little bit and says, Dexius, they're further over the hill that direction. Is easily an hour walk. Our paths have never crossed. Wealthy, different, not really. He kind of indicates back towards his humble abode. Not like my villa, you called it, and he kind of sort of grins wryly.
You're quite well for yourself.
But he, different family, been here a long time. 3 children, 2 boys, a girl. We're very wealthy. We don't mix in the same circles.
Sure. Do you know much about what they do, or how they got their wealth? Maybe.
I don't. And it seems to be genuine. Like this is you're talking about 2 different worlds, and he has no idea how they came about their wealth, other than A, they're wealthy, and B, they've had it for a long time.
Right. Okay. I don't suppose, I know you do some local trading and that kind of thing. I don't suppose you might be able to keep your ear to the ground of if you hear anything. I mean, just kind of.
I could do that.
Trade.
As one key to another, I can do that for you, my brother. I could do that. Can I invite you in? Have you?
Of course, I'd be on it.
Why?
Excellent. He kind of pushes open the gate and he puts an arm over your shoulder, and he's already shouting out to his wife in Latin to prepare the table for an extra place today. And I'll come back to you, Conri of the Gate, and I'm going to move on to Tiberius, the monster hunter. Tiberius, is there something that you would like to do or someone you would like to talk to?
Yeah, so I was curious if there was a local chapter of the secret society I'm a member of here.
What secret society?
The one you put on my sheet.
Not so secret society.
It's so secret he forgot the name.
No, you just can't say it.
So let's take a look. Did I not give you the name on it?
No, I did. I'm just not saying it out loud. It's.
Oh no, you don't have to. Let me take a look. Here.
He's trying to figure out how to pronounce it.
Like Ordo Monstrum Venibus or something. Yeah. You find it?
No.
Well, tell her what you find.
Is it on your second page?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's under Encounters with Strange Entities.
Ah, that helps. I was not reading that section at all. Yeah. You know what? Yes. I'm just going to outright say yes, because of the nature of that encounter. I mean, look, there's a point where you sort of stand, you look back, you look at the entire freaking Mediterranean sweeping out like this blue vista in front of you, and it is all about that particular encounter. In fact, there's probably part of you that gets goosebumps a little bit at the prospect of almost freaking certainly there are more of those types in this area, without a doubt. So yes, there is. And I'm going to say, we're just going to skip forward because you know, it's one of these, there's little sigils and marks that are like put on like, you know, neighborhoods and cornerstones of buildings. And there's a lot of that, graffiti, Rome, different type of bloody mark, let's just put it that way. But there's a lot too of gangs marking their turf and like, this is not a safe zone. And then in between all of that, you do have these little tiny marks that go, yeah, your boys, and I'm not going to say the name out loud, there is a chapter of your boys in this area. And it takes you a little bit of a while, it does, and it's getting a little bit on at night, but you manage to get integrated with someone called Opita Mammilius. And Opita is only about 40 years of age. He's completely bald. He clearly shaves his head after he started to lose some hair. He's cleanly shaven, dark-skinned. This is a gentleman who spends a lot of time out on the coast, out in the sun, without a doubt. He moves with a certain grace and fluidity that tells you that he is athletic and stays in shape. And we are going to pick up this particular conversation in the basement of a small residential building down and near the end of an alleyway where your conversations and inquiries have brought you. Opita is the head of this local chapter. By the way, a chapter, just to explain, can be just 6 people or 4. You know, it's not necessarily a big, huge, sprawling like army here. And you get the impression that there's probably about half a dozen guys involved in this particular chapter. We pick up this as you are coming down the stone steps, and this bald-headed gentleman, not an unattractive gentleman, is sitting on the other side of a very crude wooden table with a simple platter of some dried figs in the center. There's a goblet on your side, a goblet on his side, and a flagon of pedestrian wine. He pours you a cup as you come down. There is no one else here. You can see, however, that he is looking behind you and he is listening behind you. And you get the impression that you're probably not entirely alone. You've been told to come here to meet Opita. He stays seated, pushes the flagon to your side, and grins. It is not often that I encounter someone from our chapter from beyond our humble walls of Corinth. He smiles. And he kind of gives you the whole gang handshake, which lets you know that he is indeed genuinely part of your crew. Please, sit. You have business here in Corinth.
So yes, I'm in town, and I sort of explained that we're trying to learn more about this, the Dexus family and villa, because there's some strangeness going on there, and we don't know anything about it.
Well, yes, I do know something of the Dexius family. I will say that we keep an eye on a lot of the people and events in this area. We keep our ears open. We keep the information flowing, but normally for you gotta look around him like there's 5 other people sitting in the room going, what you talking about? But it is like we are mainly focused upon the Fishman Menace in this area and ensuring that they don't get too much of a strong hold, you understand. The Dexius family has never come into our vision as being involved in any way, like even anything like that. But I will say this. Recently, something has gone on in that family that has brought them into our attention. And I don't think for one moment that it has anything to do with the Fishmen. I don't think. But something is happening there. A father does not throw his children, grown children, out of the household without good reason.
Oh.
Father does not spend a fifth of their wealth in 1 week buying trinkets and baubles and metal items without something going on. So we are curious. We are curious about what they are doing, without a doubt. It's good that you were here. The fates shine down on us. Your presence is very much welcome. Why are you interested in this family?
We received a letter, didn't we? Or
Yeah.
You can tell them about you're with other people.
yeah, I'm going to mention them with a group of people and about the letter that we received.
Indeed, indeed. So you probably don't know that much about them. All I can say is very wealthy family, dealing mostly in curiosity imports from across the Mediterranean, all quite above board, if you count raiding tombs as being above board, and some very expensive forgeries that get peddled off into the Italian peninsula for the upper class to gobble up and gossip about. Then this is their family, and they've been doing it a long time. But I will be frank, there's nothing wrong in that, and there's nothing illegal in that, and there's nothing that we, and he does the old gang sign again, would care about until recently. And all I know is this very wealthy family, headed by Quintus Dexius Latinius himself, let's just say that they are advocates for all things curious. And they had a huge liking in particular for clockwork items that tinkers would create. Clockwork and engineering feats, the pinnacle of technology, to the point where they had 2 on-staff tinkers who would just create these little gadgets and things, and steam-driven gadgets and water-driven whatevers, purely for the family. In particular, of course, Quintus Dexius himself. And then, only about a week ago, both tinkers were laid off. They were cast out. And a third tinker was brought into the villa.
Does he happen to know where those 2 tinkers went?
Oh yes, I mean. By the way, just out of character moment, just for you all. Imagine this: we are in a world where modern technology obviously doesn't exist, but there are people capable of creating things like this big bird behind me, and it's like that type of thing, or a water clock, or a steam-driven anything is like magic, right? Tinkers make these things, and they're known of, but they're known of almost like the Elon Musks of this world, right? They're heightened intelligence, heightened engineering capabilities, heightened understanding of this type of thing. And they're highly sought after. Families want to have them as part of their patrons and their clientele. But to the likes of some of you, these are magicians for sure, because they're creating these incredible things. But they're also they are real. They're real people, right? Is it David Blaine? But they're real. So that said, it's not entirely unusual for a family to have a connection with one of these tinkers, because it's like, oh, you created a novelty that looks like a man and a woman doing it over and over. Oh, look at that. And I get this thing, I paid you 2,000 sesterces for it, and I put it on a shelf. That's kind of normal. So it seems like the Dexius family did that type of thing, but we're going all in. They had 2 tinkers on freaking staff. That's a little unusual. That's obsessed. So with that out of character moment done, I'm going to drop back into this. Yeah, well, both tinkers are still here in town. They both have shops or workshops here. There is, let me remember, there is Plutonius Vera and Aniketos. Now, by the way, the names alone, Plutonius Vera, that sounds Roman. That sounds like, you know, he is a native Roman. Now, Aniketos, that's a Greek name, and he's probably therefore from this area, from this country. Every single one of you actually can give me an empire roll, because you might even have heard of them. These are the David Blaines of this world, and it's very possible you might have heard of them.
58.
76.
24.
8.
Whoa! Sounds like someone made it. There was a lot of 78s and things like that. I doubt that you've made it on that. And
Yeah.
Ala, did you make it?
I did. It was a 39 out of 40, so it was just a regular success.
And Gabe, you had a good result right there, Gabe.
Yeah, so I had an 8 and my empire is 7.
Your empire is 7.
7D.
Oh, shoot. Okay.
I thought he said 7.
There's a half, right? And then there's also a fifth. So a fifth of 70 is what, like 12? So if you get 12 or less, it's the equivalent of a critical, 14, right? Math. Let's do math. So if you can get that fifth result, that's a critical success, okay? So Fadia, you have heard of Aniketos. Aniketos in particular is a Greek from this area, seems to be mostly about steam work like apparatus, best known for creating like cockerels that after 5 minutes start to literally make a very mechanical sort of sort of sound. And it's all of the rage across certain wealth levels in the empire. Meant to be a fairly old individual, but I should hasten to add, like, as tinkers, this is a craft. This is something they teach apprentices. This is something where you could say, I come from the Aniketos line of tinkerers, and it's a big deal. So you have heard of this individual, and he definitely has some skill and notoriety, so to speak, across the empire. However, Dulius actually has heard of both names. Dulius actually went one day, he was a guard on duty for the Plutonius exhibition, which was all about the acts of lovemaking. And it was in Rome 5 years ago. And it was literally, imagine the modern day equivalent of a art fair, an opening, but only for certain folks. So shoot, well above the pay grade of Dulius, but he was hired to actually, you know, be one of the many security guards in that area at the time. And like, you saw some of the things that he did, and they actually opened up this big, huge art gallery just for Plutonius. And like a lot of the open areas as you first came in were dedicated to more engineering feats. This is an individual that can, for example, create an automated firing ballista or understands the principle of water driven saws that have now actually been employed across the empire for cutting through stone and things like that. This is a guy who's really, really smart, but typically operates on a much bigger level, which on engineering type level. However, his big claim to fame was this Au Provocateur collection, which was a series of 12 automated clockwork items of various acts of lovemaking. And that was the main heart of this particular exhibit. He is incredibly gifted as a tinker, without a doubt. Now, the Anikatos individual is indeed native to Greece. He is actually a little bit well known for being more into water clocks, hourglasses, and that type of thing. But you know, his little creme de la resistance is actually crystals, in so much as looking glass crystals. Things that can, if you look through them, everything looks closer. It's like, and the Roman world goes, it's like magic. He is well known for that. And both apparently have a home here in town.
So it certainly seems strange that if such respectable individuals were, or respected and impressive individuals were in their employ, that they'd both be laid off kind of suddenly like that or let go.
Yes, you would all know. You would all know. I mean, this is the equivalent, it seems like, of not quite the Elon Musk sort of wealth levels by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, this is a wealthy merchant family who clearly has enough financial clout to hire permanently on staff 2 of the leading empire's tinkers. And then a week ago, let both of them go. That's not usual.
Yeah.
Well, if they couldn't afford to pay them.
There's that possibility. There is that possibility.
I don't think that-
Now,
Hire a third one.
Dulius, I know that we kind of like have obviously been on you a little bit because you've heard of both of these tinkers, but is there any questioning that you would like to do in particular? You are a man of the streets, by the way. You are the guy that can go out at night with a certain amount of authority and an air about you where most gangs will actually kind of give you a wide berth. You know the streets and how to navigate them. So with that said.
And so my thought was, I mean, when we first started off our previous adventure, Dulius already kind of saw himself as a little bit of a hero. Like he wanted to be a hero. It's like what drives him. And it's only kind of escalated since then after the whole Cambrian adventure. And he has a little bit of a complex now about it. But I thought that he would kind of go out and like check out the streets and basically go find a bar or something, and basically he's going to be a folk hero and tell stories and entertain people and talk to people and talk about some of the weird shit he's done and seen, of course kind of talking himself up, but also hear about some of the other weird things that have been going on around town and see if there's anything else strange that's been happening, and also what people might deal with these strange things, because if there's something strange going on to the point where this guy Papaus has reached out across the empire to me, which is understandable because I'm a hero, but he probably might have looked for help among the local populace as well. And so if we can find people who are like other troubleshooters around town that might have some idea what's going on as well. I don't know. I just want to see.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I think I need a charm roll out of you for this one.
I did put my D10 roll that I got for leveling up in charm. So I have 57 now.
57's not bad.
I'm a charming hero. That said, I rolled a 97, so...
Maybe you talk a little bit too much about yourself and how great you
Well,
are.
no, that can't possibly be the problem. I just don't really know the local customs too terribly well yet.
So, now, I'm going to now introduce a concept that you should all be aware of. You can push a roll. Now, pushing a roll is basically a re-roll, but you have to keep the re-roll. And if you fail again, it's even more disastrous. And I can give you an example. So if you are about to climb down a drain pipe and you fail your roll and you decide to push it, well, now you are going to fall and there's probably going to be a broken leg at the bottom of it, right? But there has to be a reason for the push. I'm just going to go for it. I'm just going to like jump on this thing and I'm just going to shimmy down as fast as I can. Now for you actually go into a bar, you do start talking, you find yourself in the end standing on the table, you got a flagon of ale in your hand, and actually people are genuinely interested in your adventures, some real, some less so, and they're actually genuinely lapping it up. But you become aware of a corner table with like 12 hulking dudes around it who are actually not freaking pleased that you're in their bar talking things up, getting free food and drink, and apparently have not had the good grace to introduce yourselves to them, the local gang of the Four Fingers. And you know immediately why they're called the Four Fingers, because on their left hand, they're all missing their little pinky finger, apparently an initiation ring. And you can almost hear a collective growl because they don't appreciate your sweet ass in their area right now. They don't want to hear it, but you're still waxing lyrical. Now, with this tenuous moment bubbling up at this, we'll call it the Snarling Pig Tavern, did you wish to try and push your roll to save your ass?
Absolutely. And I'm going to try and buy them around while I do it.
All right. Now, if you screw up on this one, it will be bad.
Yep. Okay. 14.
Okay.
Okay. So what do you do? What do you do? You see this snarling group and you realize, oh shit, not the audience. Bad guys over there. What do you do to fix this situation?
Well, I'm going to go, first of all, order some beers, maybe bring over a couple tankards of whatever the local beverage is. And I'm going to tweak one of my other stories. Maybe something where, if not the actual villain, the local gang kind of bonded together to go help defeat like one of the many instances of fire vampires that I dealt with, and something along those lines. And kind of work it into the story in a way that's maybe favorable and be like, look, man of the people right here. All people, you're people too.
All right. So you kind of like leap on a table. You got these drinks. Drinks are actually going over to their table. You can actually see one guy who's a fairly heavy set gentleman in about his 40s. His hairline is receding a little bit. He's got a cleanly sort of cropped beard. And he's actually dressed quite nicely. And you can see that he's about to like send his capons over into your general direction. But that the beer is put on the table and the story suddenly picks up. You start talking about star vampires and things. And you literally see him go, and he waves them down. He waves them back into place a little bit. And it's like, you could almost hear him go, I want to hear this one. Hold on, let me hear this one. And then that quickly turns into, get him over here. And you find yourself sitting at the four-finger table with Kylus, who's almost the equivalent of the Capone here. And you're now sitting next to him on his left-hand side with drinks all across the table, surrounded by his henchmen. They're all laughing their asses off at your stories. And what do you want to try probing at? The Dexius family or something else?
Not so much the Dexius family directly, but just like I was saying, sort of more weird supernatural stuff that's gone on. Like what are their fixers here? Like, there's got to be some good stories. This is a great town.
The only weird, well, there's been a couple of weird things that have actually sort of happened. One is 2 weeks ago, down the coast, there was a shipwreck, and by the time that everyone got there to loot it, because that's what you do, and the Four Finger Clan like to think that they get there pretty soon before anyone else does, everything had been just robbed, including all of the bodies, just like the wind, gone. So that was a fun incident that everyone is sort of gossiping about. The other thing is, a week ago, the Dexius family, who are avid collectors of all things engineering and clockwork, took their entire collection and threw it out. Not sold it, threw it out. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands of sesterces worth. You hear about this because the Four Finger Clan were really righteously pissed off that they didn't get there first. It took them a full hour before they realized what was going on, after which point a lot of these clockwork pieces had filtered out into the city and whatever markets they were going to go into. They got there, they managed to actually snag half a dozen pieces for themselves, which they've now like shipped over to Italia. But that is big news.
And they literally just dragged it to the curb and left it there?
Yes. They didn't send it to market. They didn't put it on a cart and ship it like to a merchant. They didn't give it to one of their various agents to sell. They took it all, and they didn't put it in a box and put it outside. They threw it over the walls, everything, every piece.
Well, that's wild.
A lot of pieces were, of course, broken.
Any idea why they would do that?
Madness. Madness. The father himself, Galerius, must have a dose of madness. He clearly needs a little python in the skull to let the bad spirits out, because he is not of sound mind. It was only a day later that he threw all of his children out.
Again, over the wall, or just...
No, these, I think, went through the door. But
at least there's that.
They left with such bad blood that the town has been feeling it in the upper classes ever since.
Have any issues with the fire vampires around? I hate those guys.
We haven't, but we now know who to call when we do. This guy right here. Have you ever thought about working like just as a general heavy? Like if you can handle like fire vampires, what about just like, merchants that don't want to pay up?
Not really my game.
I understand.
I do appreciate the offer, though.
You have your skill set, he says, sort of kind of says, like slapping you on the shoulder with a heavy hand. All right, so we're going to leave you there with the Four Finger Gang, and we're going to go to Fadia. Fadia, thank you for being so patient.
All right.
What circles would you like to mix in?
Obviously, my show of bringing in a whole bunch of crap was a great show.
Oh, a big show.
So, first of all, my porters who graciously carried everything in, probably from the docks lower class, I will give them a handy sack of coins and have them take one of the boxes, which is filled with mostly dry rations, and have them pass those out among the poor quarters, especially to urchins, because I want to get some ears on the ground, and nobody knows streets like urchins. So I would like to start making some early connections with like the very bottom of the gutter, because they're gonna know shit. All these upper class stuff. Basically, just reach out to the urchin guilds and see if I can get some headway there.
What is your status, by the way?
My status is 52.
Okay, give me a status roll. And actually, with advantage. With advantage means Roll your 10s twice. Take the best result.
Well, good. I needed to roll those twice because the first was like an 89, but the second was a 5.
Oof. Oof. Okay.
Ooh, can I make that a 1? That's only 4 points of luck.
You don't need to because you've already got a critical. But if you want to, I'll give you an even better result.
I do. I really, that was so close
Cool.
that I can't resist.
Spend a luck.
I've got
right, so-
got luck to burn.
A couple. Oof. Oof. You can have some luck. You
I
can
ended
have
up
some luck.
positive last time, so I'm gonna work it.
All right, I love it. Okay, so a couple of things happen. First and foremost, your presence getting off the galley dwarfs the rest of the group. Like they don't even exist in your circles, like at all. The Queen of freaking Sheba just walked down that gangplank as far as this city is concerned. And the city is a buzz at Fadia, the priestess. It's like everyone wants to know who you are, where you come from, what gods you worship. It's like, what rites is she going to perform in town? Who invited her? It's like you are on the lips within a few days of everyone of note. Put 3 more points in your I won't say social standing, but it's not your thingy status. Put 3 more points in your status. Wow. Just for simply being such a buzz here. You could, if you needed to, walk into almost any establishment if you want within Byte, okay? Within, I would say the next month. If you want to walk into some noble's place, they would invite you and would love to have you there. You are Fadia, the priestess. While all of this is going on up here, you're working it down here. And you find this out. There are indeed 3 children. Did I say Galerius was the father or Quintus?
Quintus.
Okay, good, because I thought I screwed up, but I didn't. Excellent. Galerius is the eldest son, and he is 23 years of age. What you find out about Galerius is he is straight die. He is, I am the eldest son. I am going to inherit the family. I am going to inherit the entire business. And he doesn't deviate off that. Maybe to a fault. Like, he wants to inherit the family business. You know what I'm saying? Latina is only 17 years of age, which in Roman standards is a full-blooded woman. She is the middle child, and she is a lady of sustenance, wealth, well-composed presence, latest hairstyle from Rome, but not pretentious. But she does seem to have an argumentative relationship with both of her brothers, it seems. And then you've got Kaiso. Kaiso is only 15. By Roman standards, again, he's a young man. None of these are married. Kaiso is very shy, retiring, keeps to himself, and you find out has a love affair with one of the slaves and has her pregnant. And the family doesn't know. Other than that, this particular family, they have probably about 12 slaves, not an insignificant amount, in a villa, quite a large villa up on the hill. And they have been spending money this last week like they're just trying to get rid of it. But your underground network tells you, like, this isn't them just throwing money away, they're buying things. But they're buying in lots of tinker-like components is the only way it can be described. It's not a complete, steaming kettle, but it's the parts to make one. And they're doing that like it's going out of business. Oddly, though, And this is one of the main things you find now. No one has come out of the villa and no one has gone into the villa for the last 7 days, except for 2 burly individuals who seem to be apprentices to the new tinker that's now working for the family. These burly individuals are known as Andre, and he's freaking huge, like 7 feet tall, a lot of people are saying, and Xerxes, who's a smaller individual, but still close to 6 feet. Xerxes is meant to be the intelligence between the 2 of them. They come into town, they pick up some supplies, they get back to the villa. The slaves of the household do not. Normally, they would be seen in town every single day. They have not been seen for a week.
Well, while my network is gathering information for me, Fadia herself is going to make a show of being sort of an antiquities collector for the church, particularly of kind of unique and maybe mystical nature, although it's only in like a wink wink hush hush kind of mystical nature to those in the know. Especially, I suspect our reputation almost precedes us about being people who deal with things of a mystical nature. So that's I'm kind of laying that groundwork with rich people.
So I'm going to bring all of the group back together for you to sort of share notes and decide on next steps. But in so doing, the name that you are given, Fadia, for who you need to be talking to is actually Aniketos. If you are interested in that type of curiosity, Aniketos is your man. It comes up a couple of times. You get a couple of false leads, but the Aniketos starts cropping up. But beyond his in fact, give me a Cthulhu mythos one.
No, not even close.
And that's fine, but it's like almost like the conversation shifts as you're sort of probing around, and it's like there's collecting things like a chirping bird, but then there's collecting things that are 5,000 years old, and Aniketos' name starts to crop up in the latter sort of context. Like before the Egyptians occupied Egypt and like had the Nile under control, there were a people that had like curiosities like you're talking about. Aniketos is your man for those.
Interesting.
So over the course of the day, you all start to reconvene at the Howling Wolf. Feel free to obviously share your thoughts, etc., amongst yourselves.
Yeah, well, here's everything I found out. My sources are confidential, of course. But that's interesting.
So I definitely think this new tinker is either a symptom or a cause of whatever weird is going on. Whether he kind of showed up and put the whammy on oh boy, so many notes on Quintus, or something happened to Quintus that had him go crazy and seek out this other guy to do. It's definitely something weird.
I think Aniketos might be a good source of information regarding that.
Yeah, the kids might be too.
Something happened for the new guy.
And I think I kind of want to press Queso, because if he has like, the love of his teenage life who is trapped inside, who knows what is happening, maybe he knows of even like some sort of secret passageways. Oh, these villas always have some sort of way in.
Yeah.
But I think Aniketos is probably the the way to go for direct information on the mystical side.
So, Conri or Tiberius, anything to add to this?
I mean, am I still at the estate of my friend?
You have a great meal there, you know. So the deal with Conri of the Cape is, I mean, you definitely make a friend here, and the entire family end up really quite liking you. But you don't really get any more information out of them. So if you want to still be there, you're there. If you want to go back to them, you can at any time. But you don't get any more information about why you're here.
Sure. I mean, like I said, I'll ask them if they're willing to, you know, keep an ear out. You know, I appreciate if, you know, you might be able to send any word to me down in town. I'll tell them where I'm staying. But at the same time, you know, they don't need to feel pressured into doing anything or feel like they're doing anything dangerous. You know, don't you know.
They will have their ears to the ground, and if they hear anything odd or untoward, they'll get word to you.
All right. And yeah. Otherwise, you know, I had a lovely time, and you know, I always appreciate being able to speak our mother tongue.
Oh, they do too. Well, he does, and like their sons, his sons are picked up on it. He's got like 3 sons here of various ages, and they could talk a smattering of it, but not really. So they're fumbling through it as well. But there's a lot of time where they're just you and he are talking together in your native tongue, and it feels good. And you can see that he likes you. You could consider him to be a point of contact should you ever need it.
Nice.
So it's in summary, just to everyone, it seems like this very wealthy merchant family. We're dealing in curiosities, imports for the most part, and then reselling them. So the export was mostly back into the Roman Empire, and seems, to all intents and purposes, from everything that you've learned, to be fairly just run of the mill. Okay, a little bit of tomb looting, quite a bit of forgeries afoot. And this is where the family for generations have earned their cash. And then about a week ago, something shifted. The 2 hired tinkers, in and of themselves, kind of unusual to have 2 tinkers on staff, a little bit obsessive, were just let go, like just gone. And then a 3rd tinker was just brought on. And ever since then, everything changed. Their collection was thrown out, some of it broken. And the whole household has not been seen since. The children were also thrown out the following day. And over the last week, money has been getting spent like Oprah Winfrey has been throwing it at an audience. It's just hemorrhaging sesterces. So this is where you're at as you sit down later at night and share your respective notes.
Do we know anything about the new tinker, a name or where he comes from or what kind of things he makes?
That is a brilliant question, because no, you don't. You don't have a name and you don't have what he does.
We should probably talk to Polonius or Invictus, or they might have some idea of who replaced them. They might be bitter about it.
Allicato.
Wait. Anicatus?
Allicatos.
The other tinker.
Oh, that was Platonius and Anicatus.
Yeah, you've got 2 tinkers. You've got Platonius Vera and you've got Anicatus.
Right, but they might know who replaced them because it might be bitter.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Yeah, because honestly, when Tiberius leads across the table and says, "Do we know anything about this other tinker?" It's like, honestly, it's not even a case of, "Oh no, we don't." It becomes this point where you go, "Oh no, shit, we don't." You don't have a name. You don't know what he does. You know nothing about him.
That's particularly weird too, because these are supposed to be pretty famous people, right?
Bingo. In fact, Pete, add 2 points of luck to your character sheet for that, because that is bang on point. Like particularly someone like Dulius, who's sitting there going, "Oh yeah, I was at this guy's actual gallery 5 years ago. Let me tell you about this clockwork thing." And it's like, and then you've got obviously Fadia sitting there going, "Oh yeah, and can you tell us? I know where." No, this third dude, what is you don't know his name, of course, but it's like he's a void, he's a black hole. It's like no one's talking about him in town. No one's saying, "Oh yes, and such came in from Caledonia and he's now been employed." No one's talking about that at all.
We do, however, know the names of his servants, supposedly.
You know,
Andre and Xerxes.
Yes, that you do know,
Which
because
is
they
weird.
they come into town to get supplies.
Well, maybe we should capture it when they come in town.
That's a possibility.
Really?
But
I can hear Doreena sharpening a knife already.
Doreena's like, capture, murder?
No, capture.
Oh, my knife slipped.
Accidents happen. It's just a part of the business. But do we know anything more about the shipwreck that happened 2 weeks ago either? Like, just in case there's any sort of connection.
The shipwreck seems to have been caused by a storm in the area. It's, by the way, shipwrecks are so super common. It's just ridiculous. The unusual aspect of everything was stripped before anyone in the area managed to get there. It was just stripped down to the bones. You know, there was nothing there, and that's unusual. Because like, if looters come in, they leave the bodies. You know, and the bodies are lying there on the beach. You know, with seagulls going at them. No, every single body gone.
Did I get a chance to ask about the Fishman?
The what?
The Fishman Menace.
Oh, what did you want to ask?
Well, I know nothing about them. Who are they? Why are they a menace? What's going on? They just said this focus. So I was just curious what's going on with that.
No one knows truly what is going on, except for the fishmen actually exist all over the empire, predominantly and understandably in coastal areas. It is said that they're actually infiltrating and capable of infiltrating higher social statuses and positions of control. So, which either suggests that they're capable of changing their appearance or somehow controlling individuals. But they are a menace in that they seem to be serving some kind of much greater power beyond them that, rumor has it, is buried deep in the ocean. And their presence is they are attempting to exert control over the land. You would have heard that people can have fishman blood in them and effectively be a fishman while appearing to be completely human. And then there are hybrids that look, oh my God, what are you? That's a bunch of nope. But they're, arguably half human, half fishman. And then there are full-on fishmen.
Did I tell you guys about the time that I shut down a brothel that the deep ones were trying to open?
Oh.
I'd be happy to.
Your humility keeps us from asking.
Well, don't let that stop you. Here's the story.
I love it.
Yeah, like that is a very niche market, but
All right, so what are the next steps?
Do we want to talk to Dulius yet? Or not Dulius, Gellius, the guy that's working for the family. Is it time to?
Oh, Paulus Gellius, who
and you would have been able to get his address. During today, you would have been able to locate him. Dulius would have actually been the one to sort of pinpoint the exact location of that household. In fact, Dulius, give me a look roll. Just in your course of investigations.
I'm hot and cold today. This was a 7.
Oh. Oh,
7. All 3 children have moved in with him and did so same day that they were thrown out.
oh. Maybe it's time to talk to him.
Yeah, I think that's wise, especially if the kids are there too and we can get all their stories together.
Yeah.
All right. So if we are good, I'm going to go forward to the next day. You all wake up, you are breakfasted, you all manage to eat your dried fruits, your figs, whatever else. You your cheeses. The food is pretty good here, and a good ham hock for Conri. And then you all head off then to the freedman. Yes?
Do it.
Okay. So you actually managed to get to the villa like no problem at all. Quintus Dexius is not the guy that's here. What was the name of the merchant? Gabe, what was the name on that letter that you got?
Peleus?
Paulos Galius?
My apologies. Yeah, I had the
Paulus
wrong
Gellius.
name in the wrong row. There we go. Okay, Paulus Gellius. So he has some property in here in the heart of town itself, in a modest area. It's not an affluent area, but it's a nice. There's a street going up the road. We've got little sort of trees either side of it, and he has a modest villa right here. Now, early in the morning, any families with a degree of influence have their clients coming and going. They open up the doors, clients come in and go. And that's typically how they spend the morning. They're networking. And so the doors are open by the time you get close to here. But you notice that there's no one coming and going. He probably has a clientele of maybe 3 people or something. It's very modest. But the doors are open if people wish to come in. There is a man standing outside who's only about 5.5 feet tall. He's got a simple white robe on. He's etched in red, and he's got a little wax tablet in his hand. And he's sort of smiling as passerby comes and goes. And clearly he is the person who's going to welcome in anyone to see his master. And you all approach. As he sees that you're not just walking by, you're actually walking to the establishment, you see him straighten. Ooh, excitement. And he kind of like gets his little stylus in hand, and he kind of bows as you start getting closer. And he's like, the family of Paulus, Gellius, Varus welcome you. And he bows again. Who shall I say is entering?
I introduce. I'll show the letter and I'll say, "It is me, Dulius, and my company."
Oh, your company now. He goes, oh,
The
yes.
letter was addressed to me. I mean,
Dulius and friends.
Dulius and co. He kind of like beams with you. He takes the letter. He kind of makes a little sort of scratch in the wax, hands the letter back to you, looks very suspiciously towards Conri and Tiberius, looks a little bit scared of Vatinius and Doreena, and then looks slightly in love of Fadia. But then composes himself and says, please, follow me. And he snaps shut his little wax stylus. He's like, please, follow me. Let's go. And he goes in. Now, immediately on the inside, you have a covered opening, nice cool breeze coming through. There's a smaller garden on the inside. And you can see sitting there is an older gentleman with graying hair, receding hairline, in a nice robe. And he's making some notes over his morning breakfast. And as you sort of come in, you can hear the sounds of a waterfall going. And there's the bigger villa is off to one side. It's a modest area, but it's a pleasant thing. And as you come in, the person you take to be Paulus like stands and bows. You can see he's trying to keep a grin under control. He's trying to be refined. Ah, you must be Dulius and company. He bows. And he walks straight to Dulius and he offers out his hand.
Dulius will kind of give him a quick bow and then heartily shake his hand. Yes, I'm Dulius. It's a pleasure to meet you. We got your letter.
He gives you a two-handed shake. Two-handed. There's an element of him. Actually, I'm just going to tell you that there's an element of desperation to his shake. It goes on a little bit longer and is a little bit harder, and almost he pulls you in a little bit too much before he realizes what's going on, and he lets go and he sort of backs up. And then he forces himself to look at everyone else. And like Vatinius, he sort of bows deeply to Vatinius, almost like he doesn't know how to welcome a centurion, but he's happy to have a centurion in the household. Then he looks towards Doreena, and he's heard of Doreena's exploits, but no, he bows very, very deeply and respectfully to Doreena and Fadia. And then with Conri and Tiberius, he gives you both a good shake as well. Even though there's a tinge of fear for both of you. And he sort of steps backwards and he said, thank you for coming. And then he actually looks towards the person that welcomed you, and he's like, Appius, close the doors. No more clients today. And you can see the gentleman, just a small gentleman with a receding grey hairline. You can see he's almost about to say, we haven't had anyone today. But he bites his lip and he goes, of course, sir. And he sweeps away towards the entrance of the villa, where he closes the doors and just stays out of the way in the shadows. Paulus gestures to the seats around. Please make yourselves comfortable. Wine and breakfast for everyone. Yes, bring some snacks for everyone. And he looks towards Conri, and some meat for my friends. And you see a little household of slaves they just busy themselves around like little ants. All of a sudden they spring up out of nowhere, they scurry off, and as you all sit and you start your conversation, there is this ambience of people coming and going, pouring you wine or beer if you prefer, and making sure that you are tended for food wise. He himself does gesture and says, please. So I'm so glad that you are here. Where to begin? Oh, time is getting away from us. We need help, and I have 3 clients that need your help and assistance, and I would like to tell you what's going on, and then if you're willing, I will invite them here into the garden with us and we can talk to them further. But I thought that I should talk to you first and see if this is something that you wish to be involved with. It's not your usual caper, he says, looking towards Dulius. So I am, you almost certainly know, a freedman of the Dexius family. They are a wealthy family of many generations here in Corinth. And a week ago, Quintus Dexius Latinius kicked out all of his children and has put them on the streets, penniless and with no hope of anything. The business started when Quintus invited into the household a tinker. That tinker being called Nectarius. Nectarius came from Egypt only 2 weeks ago. Quintus was amazed at his tinkering skills and invited him to create some things for him. One of these items was a Clockwork J. What? And ever since he did that, his children claim that the J held a magical effect over their father. And that the word of Nectarius held more sway than it should for hired labor, to quote. Growing concern at their father's lack of control of the situation, they voiced their opinion about Nectarius, particularly after the father let the current 2 tinkerers go and threw out their entire collection, and asked for the father to have some restraint. The response to that was rage and throwing all 3 of them out. Now, apparently, the villa houses the household slaves, 2 of the apprentices to Nectarius, and Nectarius himself. And father and Nectarius have not been seen for the last week. Money is being spent at an alarming rate. In fact, Galerius rages almost daily at this. Galerius, remember, is the eldest son, set to inherit everything. The inheritance is being squandered in front of his eyes. While this is going on, unfortunately, we have heard word that the family's lawyer, Alexios Kama, is... Oh, you got it. You got it. Alexios Kama is being invited to the villa tomorrow afternoon. The children fear it is to alter the will and inheritance, which means by tomorrow night, when the documentation is filed with the city clerk, it would become law. We have today and tomorrow to figure this problem out. If you are intrigued enough, my clients have told me they cannot pay you now, for they have no money. But assuming that the status quo can be returned to the family of Dexius, that they will pay you handsomely once the father has been restored to sound mind and the issue of Nectarius resolved. And when he bows his head, there's almost a different meaning to resolved that resonates with the likes of Doreena, Fadia, Tiberius, Vatinius. It's like, now, Dulius, you're going, okay, resolved, yeah, there's probably legal ways to actually do this, blah, 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 blah. You get the vibe, they don't care how it's resolved as long as it is resolved. If this is of interest to you, I would like to invite the children here to dine with you. I will retire, and you may ask them whatever you wish.
Let's go back to Britain.
Always an option, he says, always an option. But I will say that the Dexius family is wealthy. They will be able to provide, as long as we can prevent Alexios Kama from filing said paperwork tomorrow night.
So you just want us to go intimidate them or something, or?
Well, I should probably let the children talk to that, but here's what I understand. The Clockwork J has to be removed from the father's presence. It has some kind of hold over him. The father, of course we would like the father to be kept alive. It goes without saying, but certainly he needs to be removed from the presence of Nectarius. And Nectarius and his 2 helpers, they need to be removed from the villa.
I might have to speak sharply with them.
We understand each other perfectly.
Have a very pointed conversation.
And he nods towards Conri of the gate too. Your particular set of skills were selected for a reason. Maybe this is an opportune time for me to invite Galerius, Latina, and Kaiso in with us. And he kind of stands and he sort of turns around, he gives the nod towards one of the slaves who immediately sort of goes deeper into the villa and returns only seconds later with 3 young adults in tow. At the head of them, you take to be Galerius Dexius Telesinius. Let's just call him Galerius. Galerius is a tall individual, handsome, well-dressed, laces style from Rome, neatly cropped hair, short, slightly curly black, handsome individual, carrying himself with a certain air, pomp, and ceremony. His stride is only momentarily interrupted when he puts eyes on Fadia, and you see him almost trip, but he continues moving forwards gracefully. He is the eldest son, without a doubt, but young 20s in age. Behind him, a strikingly beautiful young lady, blonde hair, tied up in the latest style from Rome, Latina Dexilia. And she is smiling to you all as she breezes in, almost like she is floating. Magnificent posture to her, clearly very well educated in being a woman of stature. But you can see in her eyes, she has concern, anger, and also a lot of hurt going on. In stark contrast to the 2 older siblings, Kaiso is about 5'10" in height, dressed very simply in a simple brown shawl tied around the waist with a simple leather belt. His eyes are down to the ground. He's hardly giving any of you a glance. Give me, is there a sense motive in this? I thought there was a...
There is an insight.
Insight. Everyone can give me an insight.
Nice.
That's 15.
Oh, I got an 8.
That sounds
And
good.
my insight is 24.
79.
76.
77.
Yeah, some of you are clearly going, oh, this is pretty good. All right, what did you get, Alan?
I had a hard success, 29 out of 60.
Great, got a couple of hearts. And Gabe?
I had a 47 out of 80.
Okay, some good results, Okay, so things you start to notice about these young adults as they sort of come into the area. First and foremost, Galerius definitely has the genuine stride of the eldest sibling, without a doubt. Now, he's not belligerent in his position. He's not trying to be an arsehole. You could see he's not trying to sort of claim that he could take out Conri of the Gate or anything like that. But this is a guy that wants the family leadership. Maybe too much. And if anything, he actually looks towards Conri and Tiberius like a bit too much. Like he sits down next to both of them, and it's not by accident. The guy's angling for muscle. And like immediately he's been like very genuine. It's been genuine, but he's trying to woo those 2 guys to his cause, without a doubt. When Latina comes in, Latina definitely is a woman of Rome, even if it's one of the provinces such as this. But Latina is definitely, she's dressed well, she's sharp-eyed, she's calm, She's level-headed, particularly in comparison to her two brothers. And she seems, if anything, to be doing a lot of the talking for them as well, even though, rightly speaking, she shouldn't be. You know, if things start bickering between the three of them, she's the one that comes in and tries to shut them up and get everything back on track again. She is the voice of reason here. However, she definitely doesn't seem to really care about the family fortune. It's like she definitely wants to be involved. She definitely is invested in her father being saved, but it's like, who cares about the money? And then Kaiso. Kaiso is an oddball. And Kaiso does not sit. Kaiso actually stands not too far behind Doreena. He actually keeps most of his eyes to the ground. He shuffles a lot while the conversation is going on. And as the conversation is occurring and people are talking, and we're obviously going to have that, he is the one that is really not only saying nothing, but when he does say something, he's always, yes, but what about the slaves? What are we going to do about the slaves? We need to make sure the slaves are okay as well. This is not just about father. And it's completely at odds with the other two siblings. And so with that said, we'll go into the conversation. And it is Galerius that starts it. I am Galerius Dexius Talanisius, he says, with a bow and an over flourish. And then realizing that he's trying to actually get Conri and Tiberius to actually like him a little bit, he stops his flourish mid-go and he sort of grins and nods to you both. My father is bewitched. There is no other way to describe this. You probably know much already from Paulus himself. But the simple bottom line is my father has always, and our family has always invested in trinkets and curiosities from the southern coasts, the other side of the Mediterranean, whether it be from Africana, whether it be from the ruined Carthage, whether it be from the depths of Egypt itself. This is what we do. We, Alan, no worries. We always import what those of Rome might like to have on their shelves and in their display cabinets, pure and simple. And we don't dabble in anything really beyond that, or anything that starts to get into the area that is, let's just say, too grey of a moral or lawful nature. All of you get the sense he's being very genuine in this. And then about 2 weeks ago, a stranger came to town called Nectarius. I believe that his full name is Nectarius Callus, and he was from Egypt. And he demonstrated several things to my father in a private audience that had my father, how can I say this, like a little schoolgirl in giddiness. It was most unbecoming. And since that time, my father's judgment in family matters and business matters has waned considerably. Now, as he's talking, Latina occasionally interrupts and corrects him and maybe steers the conversation onto a more rational, sort of less emotional sort of response, while Kaiso really isn't saying sort of too much at all, but then occasionally chimes in and says, yes, but now the household has been taken over, remember? And now the slaves are at risk. Yes, well, damn the slaves, man. Yes, but we need the slaves as much as they are property as much as anything else. They could all die. It does not matter. It's the wealth that matters. Now, brothers, please, can we just calm and stay focused? And this is how the conversation starts to bounce. We need your help, says Galerius. And I will be blunt about it. We can't pay anything that now. But if we can restore the family business into some kind of logical ownership, and he looks in a meaningful capacity towards Conri and Tiberius, then the reward will be great indeed. My father is under a spell. The spell needs to be broken. I would like you, and he looks directly at Conri, to bring this Clockwork J to me. And I would like for this Nectarius fellow to be out of our household permanently, you understand? And again, he looks towards Tiberius and Conri in a very direct manner. And then he glances nervously towards the Centurion, Vatinius, but recognizing that there is a sword over there as well. All above board and lawful, of course.
I mean, if I understand you correctly, this jade has bewitched your father, correct?
So the story behind this Jay is a couple of days after Nectarius was brought into the household to create something for my father, he creates this Clockwork J. It's quite honest. If I'm going to be honest, it is a beautiful contraption. And every single morning, it wakes up to chirps, hoots, and whistles, which my father claims he can understand. It's preposterous. I've heard the damn thing. It's just chirps and whistles. But anyway, my father believes that it is foretelling the future and has become ensorcelled by it to the point where just slightly over a week ago, he started to talk about investing heavily in Nectarius. And he started having conversations with the two other tinkers about not needing their help anymore. We started to grow very concerned. Yes, says Latinia, because he started to spend all of the money. Well, by for my motive, young sister, he was spending all of our bloody money quickly with nothing coming in. He wasn't now exporting anything. He wasn't selling anything to Rome. He was just buying. We spoke to my father about it, and he grew rather upset. Yes, he threw us all out, says Kaiso, in a sudden moment of rage. And now I don't have, it doesn't matter, and he trails off.
But what makes you think that this J won't affect you?
Or us?
We were in the house with it for close to a week, and it never affected us. It only seemed to have an effect upon my father. I truly believe that this Nectarius has some kind of spell over the father to wrestle control of the entire family fortune over to Nectarius. And this is where Alexius Kammer comes in. Family lawyer, now going to the villa tomorrow afternoon to sign some paperwork of a non-business matter, a family matter. That much is on public record. It can only be to change the will. He's going to sign us all out of the family and put everything into this Nectarius's lap. It
I
cannot
can't
happen.
imagine that Alexius is going to be favorable to doing this.
No, but he is a lawyer and he is above board and he is renowned for not only being able to run 20 miles and swim 20 miles and cycle for 20 miles, but he is actually, he is purely above board, a pure businessman lawyer, so to speak. And if my father wishes to change the will, then Alexius will change the will.
Heard he also owns a relatively successful ale house in this city.
He actually does. In trying to actually get rid of some money, he invested in some property and now makes even more money. That is true.
Sucker.
If it makes you feel better, I bet he's really sad in this existence with no tacos.
Because we haven't actually invented tacos yet or discovered tacos, he does mourn for their lack of availability. This is true.
He's probably spending all of his money experimenting in how to get flat pieces of doughy substance around meat and other fillings.
That's true. There's no corn there yet.
Flour, maybe, or some other grain.
Yeah,
could
flour
possibly
tortilla.
make.
So he is, Alexius, I do not have a problem with Alexius. He is a very honest man. He has been a family lawyer for a long time, but he does serve my father. And unless I can somehow demonstrate my father's inability to conduct business as a sane individual, which I'm not going to be able to do in 2 days, whatever my father is wishing to do is going to become law by the time the sun goes down tomorrow. This is when the documentation is going to be filed. I need to separate my father from Nectarius and this damned infernal J. And if the J is indeed nothing, and this is all Nectarius, then fine. But I need to get them apart from each other.
Who brought Nectarius?
No one. He just arrived in town.
Just coincidentally 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Was there anything special 2 weeks ago?
The shipwreck.
Oh yeah.
The very odd shipwreck. I wonder, was that ship from Egypt?
Is there any chance while we're sitting here, could we send a runner to go get Ali Katos to come and speak with us?
I don't think any Katos comes to people. We go
It
to
wouldn't
him.
be usual. It wouldn't be usual. But if Fadia, the priestess, requested it, maybe. She has a temporary boost to her social standing right now.
That is true. We
I
can
just-
try.
To try to save time and for our group, because we don't have much time to pull this off, and he might have some insight into something with this mechanical J.
Very well. Fadia will like scribe a quick note and hand it to one of the servants to send.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to totally permit this. Normally, someone like Anikatos would not come to a humble household under Polus Varus. It just wouldn't happen. But a letter from the priestess that the whole town is talking about, even Anikatos would be curious indeed, particularly because theoretically he is now out of a job. So you could send a runner with an appropriately sort of sealed scroll.
And I kind of want to make it sort of cryptic, just to sort of like make it more interesting.
All right. Yeah, okay. Now, while this is going on, is there any questions that you have for the particular children? I will say this, that as the conversation is going on and as a runner is sent out, Kaiso actually does start to like worm his way over towards Doreena, a little bit like he's trying to get her attention. And like as separate conversations maybe strike out at certain parts, you get Galerius does outright lean forward towards Conri the Kate and Tiberius, and like he flags in Vatinius, and he goes, "Listen, gentlemen, I am going to be frank with you. My father's under a spell. I wish to keep my father alive, but if that can't happen, then that's fine by me. I want that Clockwork damned J. Bring it to me and ensure that this Nectarius doesn't bother the family anymore permanently. And I will ensure that all three of you are rewarded a handsome bonus. Enough, perhaps," he says, looking towards Vatinius, "to retire on and buy yourself a little farm somewhere. Do we understand each other?"
Yeah.
Sounds nice.
Now, while this is happening too, like Latina, it's almost like maybe the little sort of separate conversation starts springing up and everything. And Latina at one point actually sort of, grabs Dulius by the hand and sort of like strokes the back of his hand and sort of is holding his palm. And is very sort of, and you all see that she's sort of happy and talking sort of actively, and she's talking about, the control that this new tinker is sort of started to exert over the family. And then at one point she leans in close and says, I have a personal favor to ask of you, if I may. I feel like
Of course, anything.
You are the leader of this group, after all.
Obviously.
And your name, and your name precedes you and is on the lips of every woman across Rome. I really don't care for the J. I hope it is destroyed, utterly destroyed. I think my brother wants to keep it. It is nothing but badness. It needs to go. That would be a wish of mine, and I would hope that my father can be restored from whatever spell he is under. But my mother passed some years ago, and she left me a small collection of her jewelry, which I have managed to secrete away from my father's eyes and that of Nectarius. You will find it behind a mosaic of Neptune in my bedroom. If you press both of Neptune's eyes at the same time, the secret compartment will be revealed, and I trust you. I will reward you handsomely if you can find this. It is of sentimental value to me. And it seems to me that she's being genuine with you. It's almost like all of this other stuff, yes, it's going on. Yes, the men will sort it out, but please rescue her mother's jewelry. And she can't certainly ask the barbarians to do that.
those uncivilized. Anyway, I take her hand and I say, Latina, trust me. It would be my pleasure. I will do my very best. I can assure you that I'll recover your mother's jewelry. You don't need to worry about a reward. It would be my pleasure.
She blushes. Thank you. The rumors about you are so true. You are such a crusader. Now, while this is also going on, Kaiso, who has been trying to just keep out all of this, except for the odd little jibe that he's throwing in, he's standing to one side. He has a flagon of wine in his hand. He's barely touched. And he's kind of like, he occasionally looks towards Fadia, and shuffles and kind of moves to one side of the garden, kind of like looks towards Fadia again, like he's wanting to say something to her, but doesn't know how.
I will politely excuse myself to freshen up before the artisan arrives and sort of step out towards the garden.
Okay. And there's a center fountain piece that you've all been sitting around, and there's steps that go up, and you sort of lead towards a garden. And maybe, a slave will indicate to an area where you can sort of freshen yourself up if you like. And you can see that Kaiso is watching your every step, but trying also not to be seen watching you.
Beckon him over, after an adequate amount of time.
He very surreptitiously goes, "Oh, I'm going to have to go pee," and off to the boys. Yeah, he's not used to this type of thing at all. But yes, within about 30 seconds of you excusing yourself, he does follow you. And off to one side with no prying eyes, he goes, "Oh, priestess, thank you.
I hear congratulations are in order. You are to be a father. You are most blessed."
He takes a visible step backwards. And his eyes are wide like saucers. How do you know? And he gets halfway through that when he's like, "Oh, the gods speak to you. You are an oracle." And then he kind of meekly comes forward again. Her name is Andara. And my brother and sister would not approve. My father would certainly not approve. And frankly, whatever happens to the family, it is what it is, and it's what the gods wish of it. I just want Andara to be safe and our child. And then I will forge my own life, and I will make our own fortune. with Andorra.
I can only commend your bravery in the face of such darkness, and we will help you.
Thank you, priestess. Thank you. And he actually drops to the ground and starts trying to kiss your feet.
Dear boy, that is unnecessary. But I need as much information as you can give us.
Of course, of course. You kind of like bring him back up again. Of course, what do you need?
I'm sure you know, one way or another, I will not ask how, some passages within the home that might be used for rendezvous.
He
Discreetly.
blushes. He visibly blushes. Like, his eyes go, oh, you know everything.
My
Yes.
child, there
Of
are few
course.
secrets from the gods.
Oh,
They are always watching.
He is like awestruck, like the gods are looking down on him through your presence right now. And you can see he's visibly shaking from this. Yes, yes. As you predicted, the bathroom window, that we always leave it so it looks locked, but it is not. We broke the mechanism years ago. Oh, you know about it. It is on the east side where the bathrooms are at. The female bathroom, red windows. It looks ajar and it looks like it is on a catch, but it isn't. You know this.
Of course, dear child. And I will try to find some way to get Andara and your future child. I will not spoil the surprise, son or daughter, for you, but I'm sure you will be very pleased.
Is it a son? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. It is, isn't it?
Whichever you shall be most happy with your offspring.
If you can make this all right, I will give to you your church, your religion, anything you wish, anything. He starts kissing the back of your hand.
My child, the temple has no wants, only your devotion and faith. And should you ever need anything, because you are setting out on a dangerous and difficult struggle, please, the church will help you with open arms.
And me to you, priestess, if you wish anything of me, I am yours. Thank you. When he comes back out again, by the way, it's like a different guy that comes walking out of the restroom. It's like he went in all slovenly and leaning over and looking towards the ground, furtive. He comes out and you swear he skips. He actually skips at one point. And he's like, yeah, okay. And he's just got this confidence and you don't know where the hell he got it from. But he's definitely a different gentleman. And while he still keeps away from his brother and his sister, he's like, it's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right. Air to him. Now, about this point, led into the garden area, there is a dark-skinned individual, like a rough skin, like someone who's seen a lot of sun, with a very full but neatly trimmed beard and mustache and thick eyebrows, and his hair is like a curly, and it's all black, almost jet black hair. But this individual is definitely in his mid-40s. He's heavy set, but he's heavy set almost in a muscular-like manner, about 5'10" in height. And he's got a leather apron over his shoulder, like he was wearing it all the way up to the house, and then realized that at the last minute he was still wearing a leather apron. Took it off and threw it over his shoulder. Underneath, he has a simple, slightly dirty white tunic and breeches. And he comes into the house looking confident, but also extremely quizzical, because he doesn't do house visits. And then he sees this big group sitting around a sort of fountain, and clearly some aristocracy, and he recognizes immediately the 3 children. And he bows. I am Aniketos, tinker. But I think you know this about me. And he sort of walks more fully into the garden. Galerius, Latina, Queso, you're looking vibrant, Queso. And the rest of you, I do not know.
We appreciate you answering my summons anyway.
You,
I am
know.
Priestess Fadia.
Yes.
These are my
I'm
associates.
Dulius. Pleasure to meet you.
Julius.
In fact, you know what, Dulius? Give me a percentile roll. Just give me a percentile roll. I'm rolling this against his stats now, not yours.
25.
I have heard of you. I do
Five
not
vampires?
know where from.
That was me.
Ah, yes. Then it makes sense. Yes, there's an ex-centurion and yes, a huntress. And then I do not know your name. Yes, okay, your troop. Why do you wish to speak to Aniketos? Is this about? Clearly, this is about the Dexius family. And he indicates the 3 children. May I? And he indicates towards the seat. And he indicates towards the wine. On your approval, he kind of pours himself a glass. And he sits back. Then this is about Nectarius.
Yes.
I see. It was probably only a matter of time. What can I tell you about Nectarius?
Everything.
Well, there's the thing, Huntress. I can tell you very little about him. And that's what is odd. And he kind of sloshes his flagon around a little bit as he gestures. Look, we Tinkers are a family. We're like siblings. We squabble sometimes, and he indicates towards the brothers and sister. But we are, at the end of the day, all in the same professional career. Sometimes we argue, sometimes we compete, but we are all known to each other. You don't just get skills like mine overnight, and you certainly don't get them without becoming known to the other Tinkers in our family. I know as much about Plutonius as he does about me. And neither one of us know anything about Nectarius. He just springed up overnight. And he drinks a full mouthful from his wine. We don't know where he came from. We don't know who he trained under. He just appeared. And sometimes, look, Plutonius is an expert engineer. Many of his designs go out into the Empire and help our quarries or our war machine or our construction and our architecture. I dabble in time mechanisms and items to see afar. Nectarius, I fear he dabbles in something that even predates Egypt itself. Everyone could give me a Call of Cthulhu or Cthulhu Mythos roll. Did you get it, Ola?
I made a regular success.
Oh, wow. Okay, good job.
15 out of 20. So
Nice.
close. Oh, I could bump it up to a hard success. And I think in this case, I will. I will bump it up to a hard success.
All right, so as he's talking, by the way, to some of you, you're like, okay, so olden Egypt, fine, whatever, like so stuff from tombs, that's where your brain starts to go to. But Fadia, he's talking about like the old world. He's talking about literally an empire that existed before the empire. He's talking about a time when that predates even the pyramids. He's talking about a time when there were not human races reported to be on the world. He's talking about, and there were items not forged through clockwork, but forged through magic that were purported to be in existence at those times. Anikatos is skirting around the subject that Nectarius has those.
So where would he get such skill?
That I do not know. And by the way, Fadia, because of the hard result, if you think this through a little bit, how the hell would Anikatos even know about the old world?
Yeah, and I don't want to like ask him in front of everybody else, but it's just like it's in the, especially since I've heard rumors that he's the person to go to for
Yeah, exactly. This guy, and now you're not getting any, right now, you're not getting any vibes of this guy like being a shifty sort. This guy, though, clearly has some Cthulhu mythos too. This is a guy that's been around, without a doubt. You start to see a side to Anikatos that most people don't see.
Game respects game.
But he, to answer the question, he's like, I don't know where he got these skills from. And that is what puzzles me. I will be frank with you all. When I was asked to leave the compound, part of me was grateful.
Vatinius has a question here. He wants to know, is it just is it the jade itself, or is it Nectarius apart from the jade, or is it together? Do they have their power? They need to be together. They have this power.
Are you talking about Andre and Xerxes?
I think he's talking about the Clockwork J.
Oh,
Yeah.
the J.
Yeah. Is it the J itself that was created, or is it Nectarius? His skill apart from the J?
I don't know. Or it seems without a doubt that I cannot say without a doubt. The J definitely seems to have some form of hold, without a doubt.
So if we could get rid of the jade, the jade.
I think that would get you part way. Yes.
Or jade. If we could get rid of the jade, perhaps it may go a long way towards solving the problem.
The J is in the bedroom of Quintus.
Okay.
And every morning it wakes up and it chirps to him, and every morning he seems to be enraptured by its song. So remove that, maybe break the spell, for sure. But I will also say this, Nectarius would help him interpret what he was hearing.
Okay.
Have you seen the J itself?
I have. It is about 2 feet tall, a magnificent black feathered interpretation with gold accent and sublime craftsmanship, unerringly lifelike.
But it's
I swear, if you walk past it, it watches you. I swear, by the gods.
Have you heard it chirp before?
I have heard it chirp. Yes, I've heard it chirp a few times. It just sounds like chirping or whistling to me.
Is there anything special about a J? Does a J represent something, or does the J have meaning, like as a symbol? Like
Not that you're aware of. Not that you're aware of now.
Also, does his work have any sort of, like you said, it seems it's strange. It's not like what you're accustomed to. But are there any tendencies in his work? Like, does he tend to use certain symbols or certain motifs or anything like that?
Yes. Outside of the J itself, he works on other devices. I don't even know how to explain it. 2 things, I suppose. 2 things. Xerxes and Andre, his apprentices, have white stone discs on their left hand with wires I cannot describe it any other way, that come out of the disc and into the back of the hands.
Robots.
And it seems to serve no purpose, but it disturbs me every time I used to see it. I never got used to that.
Like
Is there any imagery?
Where it's piercing through it.
Piercing through into the skin.
Is there
Like
any
what
sort
was
of
coming back
imagery
in.
or
There was
anything
a
on the disc?
design. There was some kind of design, but I was never close enough to really perceive what it was. And then the other thing is they took over the workshop area around the point where we were beginning to get sidelined out of the family business, so to speak. They took over the workshop area and they are making a 12-foot tall man.
Oh. Robot. Out of what?
Like a statue.
What material?
Marble and metal, like a metal skeleton covered in marble, but with clockwork and devices. And you asked me if there was a thing, a common element of his designs, and it is this: a pale blue. Yeah, marble man, says Arla. A white blue crystal is in all of his devices.
What was the crystal?
Even the J?
I assume the J, but there was nothing visible on the J. But this anytime that he created earlier devices to win over my former master, there was always a visible crystal on it. Whether it be something on the head or instead of the eyes. And I got to see this statue in construction, and there were pieces of this crystal, large pieces like the size of a fist, inside of it.
Is this crystal, does it sound similar to the one we saw on the staff in the village around where we killed the dragon?
Yes.
What did we end up doing with that staff?
Yeah, what did you end up doing with that staff, actually?
I don't know if we kept it. I thought the
Oh,
guy had it or something.
we
Somebody
Probably
definitely kept it.
Oh, they did?
If you kept it, you kept it. And so, you know, maybe the Fadia still has it. I don't know what you guys did with it.
I suspect I would have gotten rid of it in appropriate channels.
Maybe like deeper into the priestess network. So to speak.
Yeah, the totally normal divine network of what we do
Yes.
with totally pagan items.
Put this in a big, huge warehouse on the trolley. Let's let him off into the background between a bunch of crates. Yes.
Hard iron box sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah. But yes, it's at least without seeing what he's talking about, it definitely sounds similar.
His assistants, are they from this town or are they from another area?
They came in town with him.
I see.
And you know,
They appeared.
they did appear. They did not get off a ship. But they were open about that they were in from Egypt.
Did they have anything they brought with them, or did they just show up in person? Like, did they have any supplies or materials they brought with them?
They definitely had supplies, yes.
Okay.
Now, it was just between Xerxes and Andre, they each had a crate of supplies. And I gather from the subsequent days after that, it was predominantly of crystal. Most of the supplies, such as the wires and cogs, he crafted himself from local supplies. It was then that the family started to acquire avariciously local trinkets such as this, materials, components.
Does any cases know of any weaknesses or some way to get at Tiberius? Does he know any ways that we could, any faults that he has, some kind of anything like that?
The question is definitely heard by him.
Any vulnerabilities?
Well, and he seems a little thrown off at first by what you're asking, but he understands why you're asking. He's just not used to thinking like that. But then when he does sort of sit back and he kind of like puts his goblet of wine to one side for a moment, and you see him seriously thinking about it, when he looks up at you, there's this almost a sense of like, no, now that you mention it, no. Like he appears to be a normal man, a little tall and skinny, perhaps, pale and gaunt, crafty, like understands his craft. He's considerably intelligent, but he, now you mention it, really has the villa on a lockdown like it's a small fortress. He never leaves the villa. So I guess he has the faults of a normal man and a normal blade. I did not say that. But getting to him and getting past Xerxes and Andre, I don't know how you would do that.
Where does he stay in the villa?
He has a bedroom area set up in the workshop. Now you mention it. Actually, I'm going to give you a picture of the villa. Little head of time here, but you'll actually, it would make sense for you to have it at this point. Let's grab, there we go. I'm going to paste in a Dropbox link for you guys in the chat. And with that done, I'm actually going to open it up and just do a quick screen share as well. Just so you can all see it, but then you'll have your own copy of this thing, and then I'll sort of turn off the screen share. So he will describe the villa to you. And it ends up looking, from his description, it's a big villa. This is a wealthy villa. And you've got two main entrances, and one is, of course, the main entrance up through the first steps, where you then come into the main meeting rooms, etc. And that's represented right on the 14, 6, and 2. And the 14 is a private meeting area before you get into the main courtyard, which is 8. Off to one side where you see room 13 and the 2s and the 12, this is your slave area and the slave quarters. And 13 is actually the kitchen area. On area 10, male, female restroom areas, that is the area that was described as the main entrance and exit points for the slave and the youngest son to come and go. So that's out on the east side. The workshop that is being described is out on the northwest side, number 7. So you would have to get like through the main courtyard 8 and into 7 to be able to actually then sort of get to the workshop itself. I'll stop sharing that because you all have your own personal copy now.
Do they have guards?
No. But you do have a dozen slaves. You do have the 2 henchmen. And there is a dog called Tillis.
Is the dog friendly with the three children?
Dog is terribly friendly to everyone.
Okay.
The best kind, of course.
The best kind. Now, of course, this is a Roman dog. So we're talking about a big, huge, like almost, this is a warhound type of thing. Not Frodo, okay? With all respect to Frodo right there. We're talking about something 3, 4, 5 times bigger than Frodo. A serious hound. But to family members, to slaves, super friendly.
Would the family members that are with us, could they potentially give us some clothing that has their scent on it so that the dog might smell them on us? That way it might be friendlier to us.
You know what? That is a nice idea. Some of you are built quite a bit bigger than the 2 brothers here. But yeah, they could give you some garments. They could absolutely give you some garments.
like hang a shirt off our side, and then if the dog shows up, we can try to smell like them.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. They will pull out some of their garments that have not been washed since they've left the villa, and they'll hand them out to you all. So you all have something, even if it's just something that you have like loose that you can sort of proffer out. The oldest brother would have definitely a big, huge sort of robe that could fit loosely around a bigger gentleman amongst you. But let's just say everyone has got something that you could sort of have the. Here you go, Tillis. I'm friendly. Yes.
Slaves, will you get to this? Get the slaves to help us.
What?
And right now, it's kind of mid-morning, just so you know. You still have the best part of the day and the evening.
What's the typical schedule for your father, and what time of day does Nectarius do his work?
So all of them will tell you that Nectarius almost never stops working. Like, it's kind of crazy. It's like none of them have ever really seen him sleep. He has a sleeping area, so they assume he sleeps, but no one's actually seen him asleep. And he just seems to be working around the clock almost all of the time. Now, the schedule for Quintus used to be your standard Roman schedule. Get up early in the morning, little bit of light breakfast, meet with clients until midday, then off to do other business, in the afternoon. Nowadays, though, for the last 2 weeks, that has slowly slid away to the point now where he sleeps almost constantly and rarely comes out of his bedroom.
Oh.
So where was his bedroom then?
Oh, that's a good question. Where's the master bedroom?
So master bedroom is number 5, right near the middle back.
All right. 5. Oh, so it's right next to the workshop.
Close to the workshop, yes. One is like a little bit of 1, 6, and 4 are like ante rooms to it. So the ones I want to say 4, 5, and 6, they're all kind of like a 4-room suite. And that is the master bedroom area. And the actual bedroom itself is 5.
Okay. And where are the children's bedrooms? Where are the bedrooms? This map.
What's that?
The children.
The children's bedrooms.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So the children. So 1, 2, and 3 is the eldest son. That's his suite over in the northeast corner over there.
Okay.
4 is the daughter. So she's actually out right near, I want to say the front of the house, but it's actually a private area if you look at it. And then 9, a simple but fairly large room, is that of Kaiso himself. And he requested that area. You suspect because it's probably about as close to the slave area as you can get.
Right.
And it's kind of private.
Okay.
Now, your understanding, because you actually have the sons and daughters, etc., with you right now, obviously room 4 and 9 and 1, 2, and 3 are all deserted except for any belongings that they couldn't take with them. And you gather that they were rousted out of the villa like now. I'm done with you. I am done with your shenanigans. Slaves, escort them out. And if they weren't carrying it, it didn't go with them, period. Which is why Latina is asking the magnificent crusader Dulius to get her mother's belongings back for her.
As is only reasonable.
So those areas are probably, in all likelihood, deserted. Slave areas are the 12s and the 2s and the 13 on the southeast area. That's where they occupy. The 10s, that is your restroom, sort of washroom sort of areas. So in all likelihood, unless someone is in them using the facilities, but now most of the family is away and the father's sleeping, probably maybe occasionally cleaned, but otherwise not in great use. Your impression is the courtyard area number 8 and the workshop are really the only active areas, but there are still 12 slaves coming and going around the compound.
Right.
So you get this vibe, like the southeast corner is probably very active, courtyard probably fairly observed, and the northwest workshop area very active.
What's in 15 and 3 on the southwest part? What's down there?
Those are meeting rooms right there,
Nice.
like private meeting rooms in a sort of compound, in a sort of where you would bring guests.
Okay.
So I've been keeping eyes on Xerxes and Andres coming in from the manor, just to get an idea of their schedule if they have any, or to just tell us when Nectarius's bodyguards aren't in.
They actually seem to, you will find out pretty easily that Xerxes and Andre come down into town every morning. So they've already done it for today. And they come down almost at first light when the trade starts. And buying of food and supplies seems to be a secondary concern to them, but they do pick up some supplies. They always buy copious amounts of engineering-like components every day. Unusually, they don't have people deliver them. They're known to even load up their own carts and take their carts up to the compound if they need to. They don't have people deliver and visit. So by their pattern, they will be coming into town tomorrow morning.
And I'm not saying we can engineer some delay tactics, but if tomorrow morning is amendable, that could be a good opportunity to do so.
It seems like, you know, from a timing perspective, if Alexius Kama does get to meet with whatever version of the father is present and is in the process of signing over wills, etc., then that's going to be pretty late tomorrow afternoon. So you would say that you probably have somewhat safely around about nowish to around about midday tomorrow to sort this mess out. After that, just everything gets signed over to Nectarius, if you believe the brothers.
Where is that statue that is getting worked on? Is that in the workshop?
Yes, that's in the workshop. Now, the workshop actually has a pretty big door to it, you would be told, and the door has actually been removed for large supplies coming and going out of it. So the statue is actually just like laid out right in the middle there, and it's being worked on. At the last time it was looked at, it was missing both legs and both arms.
But that was
a week ago.
week ago.
A lot could be done in that week.
Right.
So just kind of out of character, hypothetically speaking, seems like he's building himself a freaking Iron Man suit, and I don't want to fight him inside the freaking Iron Man suit if I can avoid it.
Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah. Either that or it's some kind of robot, maybe.
Also possible. Also don't want to fight that if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
They have a particular set of skills, and they're not. They don't have anything to do with like metal people. If they're made of flesh, great.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm into strange creatures, but they usually have some kind of blood in them.
Right, even the Cambrian dragon bled, right?
Yeah.
So
And if it needs to be kill it. But
Yeah, that's right. Or if it doesn't.
what's going to be the plan?
Well, I think first we need to figure out when are we going to do it. Is it going to be tonight?
And what are we
Tomorrow
gonna,
morning?
and what are we gonna do?
Well, like,
So I might suggest
What are we
we give word to the slaves somehow, probably to Via and Dara, just to get them on our side,
gonna do? Yeah, we need
or
to
just to make sure we don't have that obstacle.
Do the slaves ever come to town to get food?
No.
Right.
And by the way, normally they would. 100% that would be normal slave activity. But no, not since a week have they been seen outside the villa.
So theoretically, the slaves are hopefully still alive and haven't been used as blood sacrifices. But
right.
There was I mean, he didn't hear it, but if he did, Kaiso would definitely whimper from that
Right.
suggestion.
yeah, this is just
Yeah.
a kind of a.
You guys
You
are
know.
off to one side.
So do Xerxes and Andre, do they pick up food while they're in town also, or is it getting delivered? Or
No, so that I kind of mentioned that, but now you're bringing it up. I'll focus on that point. Normally, slaves would come out and get food. That's not happening. Or food would be taken to the villa and delivered. That is not happening. Like Xerxes and Andre do pick up food on their daily soirees into town, but it is an afterthought. It's like, give me those cogs, give me that wire. Oh, yeah. Give me a bag of apples. You know, it's that type of thing. It's very much an afterthought.
Does it seem like it's enough food to feed at least, what do we have, 14 people here? 13 people in that villa?
If, no. In a nutshell. Actually, it's the amount of food that they're picking up. No one really knows how much was stored in the villa. Even the children wouldn't really be able to tell you.
It's not their thing to do.
It's not their thing. Even Kaiso doesn't know quite how much was stored in the villa. And it has only been a week. But the amount of food being bought each day, maybe it would keep a few people going.
right.
Maybe just for slaves.
I mean, theoretically, if slaves, but Doreena's particularly good at sneaking, right?
I think
This-
so.
This
I'm
is the
trying to-
rumor.
I mean,
Yeah.
I feel like some of us are particularly sneaky.
I was wondering if there was anyone that like Dulius, for example, who could turn up at the villa and act like he was an associate of the attorneys, Alexius Kramer, and say that he just had a few things he needed to get. You know, he needed to talk to, what's his name, the Gellius, just to get a few items nailed down for Kramer to have, or Kramer to put the paperwork together for the next day. You know, he can't send him a text or a phone or anything. So lawyers, they need information. There were just a few items he needs to prepare the documents.
Hurry.
Just review
Yeah.
some, changes, etc.
Yeah. Yes.
The lawyers.
I like where you're going with that. I don't know if I'm the right person for this job because you have to understand, I'm very, very well known, and I'm very well known as an honest man.
Well, we heard you clean up well, and that you look, in your business suit toga, you could pass as a lawyer's assistant.
My breastplate is very shiny. I mean, it's. I say breastplate. It is leather, but it's well shined leather. I don't know if I'm the right. I mean, if you think I don't know if I want to give that one.
Pull it off.
I like the idea though.
You're reminding me of Tom Cruise in Edge of Tomorrow, where he's like roped into this job of going onto the beaches, and he's like, I do me, you do you. I know some people.
What?
Have you considered? And I always forget all his characters' name, but have you considered that person? They're very shady.
Excuse me, I am a priestess of the sun But also women are not lawyers, technically, in this time period. Still kind of sexist.
Fair point.
And she has
And-
created her own little social media wave going on right now. She's kind of gone viral as being a priestess.
But using your connections, maybe you can get somebody to work for you and provide that, distraction up front.
Yeah.
Or can we just leverage that actually somehow? Can we make some sort of
You know?
I could just roll up
imposition
there.
that they can't turn down?
I mean, they are clearly a family that has been dealing in various odds and ends, so it would make sense for me to try to make an appointment. I suspect I will even get turned away at the gate by the muscle and likely go nowhere. But
Is
I
the
mean, I'm willing to give it a shot.
Is the muscle still in town on their daily errands?
Well, not right now.
No, they
They're probably
come
back.
out at first morning and
Oh.
then head back pretty early. And at this point, we're around, modern terms, 11 o'clock. They've come and gone 4 hours ago for today.
Oh.
It would be the next day that we do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think we want to get word to the slaves, if at all possible, just to get them on our side and to help us. Slaves typically cannot read, however, so we can't like pass them a note.
Oh, that's slavist. Some slaves can absolutely read. They're very educated.
That is true. And I suppose we could ask Cato if Andara has been educated. So
Educated.
This is where I go, no, none of them can read. Most of them can't.
I mean,
But
I'm just making generalized assumptions
No,
based
but there are a couple of slaves actually in the household that can absolutely read. That the father hired them because they were actually scholars of their respective, countries.
I mean, it's true for like bookkeeping and paperwork.
Yes.
It's sometimes good to have a learned slave for that specific reason. And I mean, it might be possible that we send Andara some sort of missive somehow to basically inform the other slaves.
And Kaiso will describe Dondara to you. So she is blonde haired. She's only about 5'3" in height. She's barely showing. He will whisper to you at this point. Pale complexion, blue eyes, slightly sunken cheeks, heart-shaped face. Then he goes on to describe her modest bosom, her ample hips, and it just starts trailing off a little bit. But you start to get a good picture of what she looks like. She's, for a slave, an attractive young lady.
Get the classic men writing women description of a woman. Her breasts
Yes.
breasted in the sunlight, breastingly, nipples thrusting forward,
Yes.
just like that. Perfect. I know exactly what she looks like.
Yes.
We'll just look for the young, lovely one.
With love in her eyes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay. I think I can try the front door approach. If anybody is sort of sneaky, we do have the red window. We can sort of I want to say I feel like I recall Doreena being sneaky, and
I
could
know,
like.
I think I am. I'm quickly reading, looking for my sneakiness.
It's check the front of your
Should be stealth,
field.
or
Yes,
I mean-
stealth on the right side.
Stealth.
Even Tiberius is damn stealthy.
Yeah, I'm not too unstealthy myself.
Let's see, I've got a 20 for stealth.
I've got a 60.
Oh,
yeah, maybe Tiberius. Somebody
I
who's.
yeah.
I've got a 50. So
I mean, you guys are clearly good at moving in the shadows.
Two of us are going to go stealth on later.
I got 45. That's not too bad.
Although it is to the women's restrooms, so maybe you don't want to be stealthing in there.
we dress up like in My Python. We try to.
You guys are gonna be like the guards in Mulan, like just
Right,
full
right.
makeup, still with beards. Oh,
Just don't get us confused with Andrea.
with her new getup. Yeah.
All right, so you plan for a little bit. I'm going to take a quick break here. You guys come up with how you're going to approach this.
Well, you know, if Fadia goes to the front door, that will cause a rumpus in itself.
I'm hoping that will help.
Yeah.
Just create enough pomp and circumstance. How dare you turn me away? Don't you know who I am? Kind of
I
thing.
wonder if there are other villas nearby that would, you know, you'd cause a stir in the hood.
Oh, if you need me to cause a big enough scene, I can do that for you.
Because if that's going on in the front, then some of us could be going around the back at the same
Does
time.
this place have a wall around it?
Oh, did Greek villas have walls? I don't think they typically did.
Well, some of us have climbed.
Right. I don't think it has a wall.
Yeah, most Greek villas do not have walls. They usually have some sort of shrubbery, but they don't have like an obvious barricade between them. But I mean, that's a good question to ask as well. And if we want, I can go in like the late afternoon time to give us a bit more.
No walls. Yeah.
No walls. There we
No
go.
walls. No, the whole thing about the villa is, I mean, it is a self-contained building with the wall like on the outside. So the whole thing is like its own little fortress. I kind of like it. I wish I had a modern house this way. Other villas are kind of remote, like close enough to see, but not close enough to kind of create an audible problem. But that could work to your advantage.
True. Nonetheless, I mean, I can also just spread the word that I'm looking to go visit this villa and just kind of have a hubbub one way or another so y'all can start shit. Sneaky shit.
Creating a distraction at the front gate and then doing sneaky shit is absolutely one valid approach.
Well, I was kind of thinking, should we take care of the bird first and then confront the Nectarius?
No, where's the bird, Captain?
The bird's in the master bed.
Room 5.
Yeah, and it's close enough to the workshop where, and I suspect if something were to happen to the bird, Nectarius is gonna know.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe it would give a warning or something.
Right. But if we sneak in, destroy the bird, or steal it, then we can try to quickly get out the same way we came in.
So
And
throw cover over the bird so the eyes can't do anything.
maybe.
Oh, and before Annie Catos leaves, I'm assuming he'll leave eventually. Fadia would like to schedule a dinner meal with him at some point at a later day because Game respects Game, and she wants to feel him out.
He, yeah, you know, there's as he's kind of leaving and maybe like, you know, some goodbyes are being said and you kind of get a little bit of sort of private time with him where a little bit sort of hushed tones where when you first sort of say, we should absolutely do dinner, his initial response is like, but why? You know, and then, but no, I'm not caught up in this hullabaloo that the city's caught up in. But then I have a magical arm over my shoulder.
You do.
Yeah. It's a magical booze arm, hopefully. Hi, Jack.
They say hi, Jack. No, I don't want hot sauce.
Your husband brought you a drink and food. Mine just got himself a flag of the Kraken.
Bring wine. I thought you were talking to Jack.
Yeah, he has these little notes where he's like, you know, what drink do you want? And it's like, whiskey? No, I don't want whiskey. You know, mimosa. And then he had hot sauce was one of the options.
Oh, okay. Well, in true bean.
So, like, no, let's take a raid check on that. But no, so Nectarius, not Nectarius, only freaking balls.
Ollie Cantos.
Yes, thank you. He suddenly changes his tone where he gets where you're coming from. And it's like this little unspoken respect. Aye. And he takes you by the hand, he kisses the back of it gently, and he goes, I would be honored. I'm sure we have much to talk about.
Doreena has a question to ask him before he goes.
Yes.
If we get our hands on this J, is it best to make it inoperable quickly?
He will get a sense, his entire posture changed to be very serious for a moment, and he does glance towards Vatinius, Conri, and Tiberius, and he goes, "You should destroy it." And he puts a side glance towards Fadia. Destroy it quickly. Thank you so much, darling.
How destroy it? By brute force?
No matter how ancient it is, it can be destroyed through brute force. A hammer, a staff, a sword. It will break. And you should destroy it. It is.
Maybe you should come with us and help us destroy it. I mean, it's in his interest because he wants to get back in with the family and get back to his old job. And maybe it's in his interest to come along with us on this venture.
He actually looks towards Fadia and says, "Do you wish it?"
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to be real with y'all. I'm not sure I 100% trust him either.
Yeah, this is where you find out he's bad guy number 2.
Right.
But no, he actually does glance towards Fadia and says, "Do you wish it?"
He does have an interest in getting his job back.
Yeah, but then we got another character we have to protect.
Well, fair. But they can help us destroy it.
While we would value your expertise on this matter, this may be more dangerous. Perhaps.
Well, the group decision. Do we want to indict him? That's another thing.
Yeah, that's valid. Do you guys want him to come?
I don't know if it's necessary,
Yeah.
to be honest. Oh, we can't hear you, Gabe.
Yeah, sorry, I keep trying to use my usual push duck button. It doesn't work for Zoom. I think we need this guy to destroy the thing. And I'm going to heft my big metal-studded club.
Yeah.
I got an answer. Like, I think we can destroy. If we want to bring him for like his expertise, cool. I don't have a problem with that. He seems very knowledgeable.
My concern is the danger to his person. If anything were to turn sour, which I fear might.
Yeah.
Well, he's just another expendable asset.
Who said that? Was that Peter?
Artisan of renowned skill and unparalleled knowledge, you heathen.
Another expendable asset.
Well, the important thing
Totally
is,
expendable.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, from like a character perspective, I think it would be helpful to have somebody who knows his shit, and I suspect he knows and has more capabilities than he lets on, but also we don't know what Nectarius is up to, or what he is, or what this J does, and if it can control a nobleman, we got to be careful.
All right, that's fair.
Are there any windows into the workshop?
Yes, actually, there are 4 windows coming into the workshop. Windows, by the way, on the outside of the villa are typically like 10 feet high, and they might be quite small. They're more for light illumination coming in and anything. Well, that's literally the freaking definition of a window. What the hell?
Have another mimosa.
It's like, yeah, let's describe a window again using different words. They are small, typically not to be opened, like, shafts of light coming in, but there are 4 of them. The more slender amongst you, if you did manage to pry one open, would be able to sneak through. And you would certainly, if you can get up to that height, be able to look through them. There's no blinds or anything like that. By the way, before he leaves, Anikitos will, lastly, the last person he talks to is Fadia. and it's like you do say no, we maybe not need your help right now and everything. But before he leaves, he does sort of take your hand. He kisses the back of it, and he says, "We will be prepared should you fail."
We shall not, but I appreciate your readiness nonetheless.
I will alert the others. And he kind of goes on his way. I feel like we should be making notes, by the way, because we're creating characters and everything in this world that are totally going to be coming back right here.
We're like putting a lot of like...
We've got little networks going on.
Right.
This is a thing. We're going to take these characters into an overarching campaign. We're sowing the seeds right here.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, these are like, this is more notes than I've taken in a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, they're super detailed.
No, we haven't quite hit midday, but we're definitely getting a little bit close. I think you have some early seeds for how to approach this thing, but it's really orientated around sort of a distraction, like, hit it from the side type of thing. But let's get serious. We could potentially finish this scenario today, but it's really going to be down to how you now approach it.
I mean, the way it sounds is we've got a distraction up front to kind of keep eyes towards that way. Some of us try to move in sneakily through that side window. I think we should try to take care of the bird first. Because that seems to be, it seems that there seems to be something odd about that in particular.
Destroy that bird right immediately.
Right. And then once it's destroyed, we have to kind of decide what is the next move, or what is the signal we're going to let out that lets the party up front know.
It's a bird call. It always is. Caw-caw, caw-caw.
Yeah, right.
That's the kickoff.
I mean, and do we want to use the initial distraction as information gathering or as the actual like entrance? Because I also think we can go tomorrow morning when Pinky and the Brain are on their run to
that might be a better
for supplies. Because that's like two kind of spooky guys I don't want to tango with them necessarily, but they will be out of the picture if briefly, and I can sort of orchestrate something, or we can orchestrate something to like keep them out there for maybe like an hour longer than they would normally.
Right. Well, at least they won't be there to defend.
Yeah, exactly. That's
how long does it take for them to go to town?
At least a couple hours, but maybe closer to 3. They're gone from like 6 to 9-ish, the first part of the morning.
Seems like that's the window of time we got to work with.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm leaning at too. Like, I want to get some more information just to see, like, if there are still slaves in the villa, can they help us? Because I think having any ally we can get is going to be helpful in this situation, especially if we have to fight a giant ass robot man. And I don't want to fight giant ass robot man and 2 creepy, maybe not human people.
Right.
All right. So did you want to do like a reconnoiter for this afternoon type of deal?
What's the advantage of that, though?
Get us additional information because nobody's really been inside the villa for the last week. And so the situation may have changed.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Somebody sneaky.
Who's the sneakiest person we've got? It's one of you guys.
I can see all eyes falling on Tiberius right here.
I'm real shiny.
Yeah. Well, he's got 60, I've got 50.
I'm pretty clanky. I've got it's also only 45.
45 is pretty good, but it is like, less than 50-50. We have a 50% from Conri right there. And Tiberius, Tiberius is the monster hunter. Tiberius is the guy that creeps up behind things. I think he's your quietest. I think.
What do you do like? Science.
You just stealth.
Yeah.
Yes, that was still
60.
I am an upfront in your face, also very shiny, kind of.
Well, but I think we should have 2 people, right? Because you don't want to send one person alone. So we should be.
Yeah, that's a point of failure. So yeah, if the 2 of you want to go, I think your best opportunity is that restroom window on the
Right.
women's side. So just try to be cool about it, I guess,
Right.
in case there are slaves there.
Right, let's do it.
And see if you can get a message to the slaves. Like, we have a point of contact, and that's Andara. And hopefully she's still okay.
Is there something we can take along? I guess we're still with the family members. Do they have a signet ring, a necklace, a charm, something that if these guys
Good call.
that they sent us?
Yeah, Kaiso would actually, Kaiso, first and foremost, when you say this, Galerius just stands forward and pulls his signet ring off, head of the household, or I will be. If things don't work out, he pulls his signet ring off and he sort of, shoves it into the hand of Conri the Kate, but surreptitiously to one side. Kaiso does pull his off and he shoves it into the palm of Fadia. So Doreena, you can see this going on as well, because that's the one that Andara would truly recognize as being his.
And it seems like of all the people, Cato has the relationship with the slaves that's a little bit better. Because,
yes.
something.
He is a man of the people, so to speak. He does give a shit about the plebs, and he certainly gives a shit about slaves. He has some empathy going on. Galerius just wants the money.
But yeah, I think you guys having that will probably help too. And see if you can get some intel that way. And then probably AM strike.
It's all reconnaissance now, or are we trying to get to that bird?
No, it's all reconnaissance.
Reconnaissance, and just in case, like, the situation, maybe he's not sleeping there anymore. Maybe the bird is somewhere else. Maybe.
Should the rest of us be within whistle range in case something happens and we have to come in and help you guys?
Yeah, make sure you have your bird whistle on you.
I think we should do it that way.
That makes sense. One and the rest of you being in town is like, where are they? Yeah.
And the rest kind of nearby, just in case everything goes shit-faced.
All right. So
50-50 with us.
So today, when you couple of things. When you actually start approaching this villa, first and foremost, it is a large, sprawling villa. Clearly, this is a family that had a great deal of wealth. The thing that strikes you second, though, is they actually have a little bit of land around here. They have orchards. They have vines going on. None of them being tended for. All of the fields, all of the vines, deserted. That's very unusual. As you move your way out of Corinth and you're going between other farms, etc., they all have slaves in. They all have hired help working away. The minute you get into the Dexius area, not a soul. Nothing. Now, it has only been a week, so it's not like everything's overgrown with weeds, but the stark lack of people actually working the fields is apparent.
Do they have animals?
Yes, but just running around. Like, if there's goats, etc., they're just running around, looking a bit gaunt, just eating whatever they can freaking find right now.
So nobody's tending to them either.
No. When you get closer to the villa and you're kind of going up this dirt sort of track, this stone trail towards the villa itself, the villa looks well tended. It hasn't become dilapidated just in 1 week or anything like that. But you also don't see anyone outside. No one's cleaning the walls. No one's moving equipment around or anything. And you would normally see activity. It looks almost completely deserted. There is a small plume of fairly black smoke coming from the northwest corner. But nothing else. There isn't a trail of cooking smoke. You don't smell cooking going on. Nothing. There are a couple of gaunt wild dogs running around, and they just skitter away as you come closer. There is no other activity here at all. And you start to get the impression that you're approaching a villa that almost has no one in it. You're like, is anyone here? And it's only the black smoke billowing out of the northwest corner that kind of grounds you. No, there's someone here. Now, it does give you a sense of you could definitely just kind of keep yourself out of sight for the rest of the party, but fairly close. And no one's going to see you because there's no one working the land around you as far as you can see. How do you now wish to proceed? I think we were talking about Conri and Tiberius approaching this place.
Yeah, I think so. All right.
Before we get in there, I'm going to need to grab a drink.
Yeah, go. I am not going to ask for a roll yet off Conri and Tiberius. As you start approaching this, where are you approaching it from? Like, where are you trying to get to?
Give me a second.
I think we're heading for the restroom window.
Okay.
We're on the
East
station
side over
road.
there?
Yeah, definitely that side. The side described by Caius or Caius.
Now, what you've got is a fairly long wall of the villa with one section that's actually coming out, complete with the roof that's like, going to be coming out with it. So it's not just a flat wall. The entire left side of it, you've got about half a dozen windows fairly high off the ground. All of the windows are painted red. And then you've got two windows actually in the bathroom area, one on each one. And this is the area that's jutting out a little bit. Almost surrounding the entire property, by the way, there are these planted gardens. And you could see that there are a couple of approaches, that you could make where you're not standing in the garden. Again, no sight, no sound, no smoke, nothing. Both of you creep up pretty close. What do? You're right there next to the area 10 on the east side.
Is there a barn anywhere around there?
There are outbuildings, and there would have been some kind of storage facility. Yes.
But, where the animals would normally be taken care of.
Yeah.
Can it be seen from the villa?
Yes. It's fairly close, yeah.
Well, I'm just wondering if, as a good person, I just happened to see as I was walking by that these animals needed to be fed. So I'm openly out there throwing straw around and everything, or hay or whatever it is they eat. So that if anybody looks outside, they're going to say, well, what is that person doing out there? And attention would be drawn to somebody speeding the
Okay.
livestock.
Yeah, that's so Doreena actually heads over towards a sort of a small animal compound barn. And Doreena, inside, there are a couple of pack mules that look like they haven't been fed in a week. And like they're looking pretty desperate, pretty ill. And, a couple of goats sort of milling around, sort of headbutting each other. But there's plenty of hay and feed here. It's like just no human has actually moved it towards the animals.
So I'm very openly doing this so that I'm not attempting at all to not be seen.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, if I'm seen, that's wonderful.
Okay. Yeah, no problem at all. You are visible. Everyone can see that you are out there doing it. There hasn't yet been any reaction from the villa to this at all. All right. Conri, Tiberius. I think you could see them on the outside of the wall, like talking together, like planning, and then occasionally they point. This is where you see Conri putting blue woad on. It's like, oh shit, what's he doing? It's kicking off, Ethel.
Well, who knows? At this point, I may have sheep and goats going, running towards me.
You do. You actually do. You're getting quite a bit of activity going on over there. And it's still not drawn any attention from the villa. I just saw Conri do this. I'm like, what the hell are they talking about?
All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, what is it?
We're gonna approach the building, heading towards the window. We're gonna stay low.
Yep.
try to keep an eye out, make sure nothing's going on.
So both of you should be aware that Doreena is making a little bit of a distraction and a commotion over near the animal compound. She's got 2 mules that seem to like just be in love with her right now because she's feeding them. But she's like making all sorts of hullabaloo. The goats are just going at it. And it's like both of you kind of freeze, waiting to hear a reaction. Like, what is that noise? Nothing. Not even a slave opening up a door and poking their face out. No reaction.
Okay.
So you're next to the wall. You're next to that sort of outcrop, which you understand is like the restroom area, sort of the bathhouse area. And a few feet overhead, you've got these 2 windows. The one on the left, and by the way, these are mostly just lattice work affairs. You know, it's not obviously not glass or anything like that. The left-hand one, however, is definitely kinked on a small angle. And both are fairly large.
You said that there's a fire in the far corner. Are there any, now that we're closer to the building, are there any smells or sounds that we can hear now that we're closer, besides the ruckus going on from, the barn?
Both of you give me a listen roll.
All right. I didn't get it.
All right.
I didn't get it either.
So you're not hearing anything, and peculiarly, you're not smelling anything either. And that actually stands out a little bit because you would normally be smelling baking bread and that type of thing almost at any time of day, and you're not. The slave area just to your left, the kitchens are over there because it was described to you. You're not smelling a darn thing right now.
Right.
And you're not hearing anything from inside either.
Before we climb in.
Let's do it. Let's go in.
All right. So one person's going to have to get hoisted by the other person. So who's going to be the person poking their head over this window?
Who's the best climber?
Well, the other person I just assume is helping them. No climb roll needed.
Oh, okay. Then it doesn't matter. Tiberius will go first.
Yeah, I'll boost Tiberius up.
Okay, that's easy enough. Tiberius, you get the boost. This is a long window, by the way. It's a few feet high. It's easily 5 feet wide. And while they're designed to not really get opened too often, both of these windows will open. And this one is open. And there's a little catch that's been kind of placed. So it looks like it's still locked, but it's not. But you can actually look through the lattice work of it into the room beyond. And you're seeing a fairly long room with a sunken bath in it that's currently completely dry of all water. And there's some restroom facilities to one side. You see a woman in there. The woman is dark-haired, fairly long, tied into a ponytail, and she's mopping the floor. But your eyes are immediately drawn to the fact that she has blue crystals inserted into her upper arms and what looks like copper wires that arc out and then burrow into the skin of her forearms. And she's moving in a very jerked manner. Both of you, well, actually, just Tiberius right now, give me a spot.
Give you a what?
A spot hidden.
Okay. I rolled a 66. What's your 45, so I missed it.
All right. You do see that she is crying. Her face is glistening. And of course, her movements are very not natural. They're not smooth at all. And she's moving around the floor in an almost pattern to hit the various parts of the floor.
She hasn't noticed me in the window yet, has she?
She has not, no.
Okay.
If you start opening up the window, creeping through, then we're going to start doing some rolls.
It's either we go in now and try to talk to her, or we just wait till she leaves and go.
We can also check out other rooms.
Can you see in the other
I
window?
can boost up the other windows to see.
Yeah, I mean, let's do that. Let's check out one of the other windows.
Can you see in the men's room?
That's something like if we check out more of those windows along the side,
All right, yeah, let's
it might
do
give me a
that.
better sense of who's in where. And from where you are, can you see across into the courtroom?
Can I see into the courtroom from where I am?
The courtyard? Yeah, I would actually allow it. Absolutely. Give me a look roll.
You got this.
60.
What's your
What's
luck?
your current luck?
62.
All
I
right.
made it.
Okay. So yes, no, that was a good question. Yes, you can see beyond the slave girl that's cleaning the bathhouse area into the courtyard beyond. It's a beautiful courtyard. It's open, it's lush, it's highly decorated. There is another slave making his way across your view, and you see him only quickly. Male slave, he's got a platter of something in front of him. It seems to be a collection of metal pieces or something, but he's also moving in a very jerky like manner, like someone has got him on strings. And he also has these crystals inserted into the back of his shoulders and his neck and the tops of his arms, with wires coming down to his limbs, and he's kind of jerking his way past your shot towards what you think is the workshop area. Certainly he moves off towards the right. The thing that makes your blood chill, though, is a dog follows him. Big, huge dog. The dog has this huge metal mask now covering the top of his head, down his muzzle of his face, slits where there would normally be eyes, and there are crystals coming out of the back, almost inserted into his skull, coming down his almost entire length of his body. And two of his four legs have been removed and look like they're now metal legs. Long strands of wire are connecting all of this. I would like a sanity roll out of you, please, Tiberius. This is not natural, like at all.
74.
That sounds like a failure. What's your sanity?
That failed by 14.
All right, lose 1 point. That one sends chills down your spine. Conri of the cake, you're like holding him up, and you actually feel him shake a little bit. He just saw something he did not like, and he probably cusses in a language you don't understand. But now, not only do you see this going by, but this maybe this is Tillis. Yeah. As he's going past, like both four paws are now just razor blades, and as he goes across the gravel of the courtyard, you can hear stink, stink, stink as he follows the slave. There's a point where he stops and looks towards the wash house, and then just goes stink, stink, stink out of view again.
Oh man.
Should we go around and look at the window where the guy
We're on the same page. Yeah, we're doing that.
All right, so you're looking through all the windows?
Well,
I think we're still with number 7.
so number 5 is the bedroom, is the master bedroom.
Number 5 is a master bedroom.
I think we should try to check that out. You said it's kind of high up, but like I feel like I can give him a decent boost up.
It's only 10 feet, so at the end of the day, if you boost him, he's going to be able to look through.
Yeah. Because if I mean, if that window's big enough, I think just go in there, smash the bird,
and get it out.
If we can.
All right, so the smell, by the way, there is now a smell that's beginning to permeate the air, but you're really struggling to identify what the smell is. It's not anything that you've ever smelt before, and it's actually causing a taste in your mouth like you're licking copper or something. It's beginning to coat the entire inside. And you're managing it. It's fine. It's not like you're choking or anything, but it's unlike anything you've ever experienced. So are you boosting up Tiberius here?
Yeah. Unless you want me
Tiberius, can you give me a stealth, please?
I can do that. 02.
Oh,
Oh,
Like a cat.
okay. Okay. So
Like a
yeah.
fucking ghost.
Food for the open kind.
Right.
like, when you need the rolls, you get the rolls. That was awesome. Okay, so you actually poke your head up and you are super freaking quiet about it. And you're peering into the room beyond. The room is mostly dark, but there is a candle in there or an oil lamp in there. And it's set beside a bed where there is you assume to be a sleeping figure. It looks to be a male figure in there, but like from the illumination of the actual lantern itself, you think he's sweating profusely. It's hard to say, but you're not hearing any whimpering or any shivers or anything like that. The room itself, there is a door off to the left and it is closed. It is opulently furnished with a chaise lounge-like affair and several wardrobes, excuse me, and a table. There is a perch upon which sits a bird. And it's like literally opposite you on the like beyond the door. And there is a bird on there that is a good 2 feet in height. And then you realize from the glint that's coming off it from the actual lantern, it's metal. It's a metal bird, but every feather, every part of his body has been immaculately crafted to almost be lifelike. As you perch over, as you look over, it actually shuffles its feathers as a bird would, and you swear every feather resonates with its own little movement, and it kind of folds in its wings, and as it's doing so, you can hear kink, 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 as it sort of sits there again, and it kind of adjusts itself, and it just stares at the body in the bed. It is completely oblivious to your presence.
I think we got to try.
Its eyes, by the way, are almost pure white with a tinge of blue.
It's the same color as the crystals.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no external wires, nothing like that. It is literally like someone said, flesh to metal. It is a perfect replica of a bird. In fact, I'm going to need another sanity roll too, because this ain't natural either. Come on, Tiberius. Come on. You're the one doing it. You're taking a hit for the team.
You got this.
77.
Oh, that sounds like another 1 point.
Yeah, that's another point.
If you guys like lose 5 or 6 in one session or certain points collectively, we'll talk about it. Right now, again, Conri, he kind of shivers on top of you. He like his feet on your shoulder kind of like shuffle in a manner of like, what the fuck? And you know that what the fuck movement, but he's fine. He's fine. He's just seeing shit that he doesn't want to see.
Right.
I think let's try to open this window up.
Yeah.
To open the window, I'm going to need... I don't think they have a lockpick in this, do they?
No.
No.
Sleight of hand.
Is it repair device?
Yeah, it's a repair device.
Where's the sleight of hand? Sleight of hand?
I feel like sleight of hand is more like stealing things.
It's like a pickpocket, that one.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a repair device. And it is. It's a mechanical device on this window here.
I missed it by 6.
Do you want to spend any luck to make it?
Yeah, I'll spend the 6 luck to make it.
Okay. So come near the cake. I could imagine with big Tiberius on your shoulder, and you could actually, you could almost feel him pull out his jemmy, and he starts like working at it. And there's a moment where he cusses in a different language, but then there's a pause and a click. You got it. And then
I've signaled to him too that he knows the bird's here and the guy's here.
yeah, it's like a
Right.
Yeah.
And Alyssa, just I'm I'm gonna have my dagger ready. I'm gonna whisper to myself, Garthnay, and
Okay.
just have it ready to go.
Okay. So you guys, so we're doing this, okay? Okay.
So Tom, you're going after the bird, and I'm going after the guy, right?
If you can subdue him, yeah.
Yeah, if I can't time up, I do have my special magic silver sword.
Right.
Things happen.
I think we can probably get him.
I think we can, but if we can't, do we need to do some? What else is in the room before we go in?
So you guys are doing
I mean, because like there's a closed door. Is there a way to barricade the door?
Yeah, there's lots of furniture in here.
Okay.
Like there's several wardrobes, table, chairs.
Right, but if he starts screaming, we might want to barricade.
Can
the door.
Doreena see them from where she is throwing?
But the bird.
Yeah, I mean, all of the party is aware that they moved around the back. They went up the side with Tiberius going on Conri's shoulders, and he looked through. Then he jumped down, and the two of them went around the back to what you know is the master bedroom. Then he went up onto his shoulders again, and after a small pause, actually, Jemmy's opened the window. You all see this. You're aware of what they're doing. And then you see them pulling out weapons.
Do you guys want me to start the front distraction? If that's going to go anywhere. I suspect it will not. But it's worth a shot.
How's this good time as any?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll probably take the two big Roman fellows with me up front as my, escorts.
What you're talking about, Dulius and Vatinius?
Maybe would it make sense to have both of them, or maybe just one as an escort? Like, I'm a priestess, I shouldn't be out here by myself.
No, you would have some kind of escort.
Vatinius can go with you. Vatinius can go with you.
All right, I'll take Vatinius, just in case.
Tiberius is going through the window.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Tiberius doing his thing. We've got Fadia going with Vatinius towards the front, who's going to start a distraction. Doreena, it starts to make, you actually you don't know what's going on inside the villa, but out of character, it obviously makes sense why no one is reacting to you, because it seems like everyone is being controlled within the villa. And I guess if the controller, the puppeteer, doesn't know that you're there, no one knows that you're necessarily there. So with all of this going on, Dulius, are you going to do anything?
Sorry.
No one tell him that he's on mute. Oh, there we go.
No, my push talk is going crazy. I don't know. It's not working for me. I totally thought we were scouting. What do you want me to do? And this is looking to Fadia.
Right, because the scout was meant to be like the scout now hit the villa tomorrow. Right, if I'm just going to remind the players, because you were going to then hope that the two goons were not inside. As a reminder.
No, Dulius is there. He's like, he kind of reaches for the club. I got axe. I got my fireman's bucket. Like, what do I bring? What do we?
Dulius, you can come with me, as an escort to the front, as I am.
You can grab your fire bucket and run to the door screaming fire, fire.
Okay, I grab a sack. Is there like a rucksack kind of thing? No, like a big potato sack.
Yes, absolutely.
I put my club in that. And I put my bucket in that and I carry that. Like, I'm ready. Whatever happens.
Okay.
Well, hopefully it won't be too big of a ruckus with in the back, but again, we were just gonna get intel, guys.
Yeah, you guys could totally OOC, have a conversation about this. That's fine.
No, it's cool. I'm down with it. I'm role playing the.
Idly gonna pull my little vial of poison and just dip my nose.
All right.
Just
So,
in case.
Did Tiberius and Conri want to wait on the distraction? Are you going in now?
I mean, we did talk about a distraction. Nothing's going on yet that means we have to jump in right now.
Man, that's you. I mean, I'm ready.
Let's
You guys are going.
Conri's like,
Okay.
Let's just go.
And I'm going to start with you because the party's got to get to the front door. So you have a little bit of time. So the first person into the room is going to be Tiberius. And then Tiberius, I'm guessing that you're going to have to at least give Conri a little bit of a pull up so he can then climb the rest of the way.
I can jump, or I can try to climb.
Okay, okay. You could give me a climbing roll for this. Tiberius, are you dropping down into the room?
Let me see how his climb goes first, in case I need to give him a hand.
You're in the window. He's not even going to be able to really start his climb without you committing.
Okay, then I'm in the room.
All right. Now I'm going to allow, because you did a 0-2, I'm going to allow that to go forward a little bit. You are super stealthy right now. You slip into the room like a slimy little eel. You're in, and you land on the ground like just nothing. It's just a little breath of wind. The bird is completely still. The body in the bed doesn't know that you're there, but you do hear it breathing pretty heavy and laboriously.
I'm going to approach the guy in the bed and take.
You're approaching the guy in the bed. Okay. While you're doing that, Conri, I think I want a stealth out of you. Don't even tell me your climb yet.
Stealth is a 34. Am I?
You got 50, right?
Am I? And mine's 50. Yeah. So I got success.
Excellent. And how did your climbing go?
Not so well.
Let's not talk about the climb.
Right. So you're starting the process. Did you want to push it? You don't have to. If you don't push it, you're just making no progress this round. If you push it, you do make progress. But if you fuck up the push, you fuck it up.
It's 50-50 time. Just wait.
Wait.
All right, I'll wait. I'm just trying to. I'm too anxious.
So you're making progress. It's like you got your foot on this, you got your foot on this. You're just not making fast progress. Meanwhile, on the inside, Tiberius creeps along like a spectre towards the side of the bed, where there is an elderly gentleman, easily in his mid to late 50s, lying there with a quite pallid skin, no crystals, no wires, and he's breathing pretty heavily. He's glistening. His skin is glistening. He's almost like he's in a state of fever. That's kind of what you're getting out of this.
So I'm going to pull stuff out to tie him up and gag him, but I'm not going to do it until, Calm is in the room.
Right.
All right. No problem. Meanwhile, the party's making their way towards the front of the room. Conri, give me another climb.
Once again, not quite.
How much did you miss it by?
I rolled a 66. I need a 45.
You can use. Oh,
That's a lot of luck.
That's a lot of luck.
That's a lot of luck.
Yeah,
All right. So he's being pretty quiet about it, but Tiberius, you can hear the scrabbling that's going on, and there's almost like he says in Conri, "Fuck," and he kind of walks off and gets a bucket to try, and you guys didn't even think about looking around, getting ladders or anything like that. So he's like, he's trying. He's not making a huge amount of progress right now, but I mean, there will come a point where you just get it, okay? But it's not right now.
Right.
I want from Tiberius another stealth roll, please. And I don't want to put the stress on you, but I'm looking at the stats of the Clockwork Oracle right now.
Let's see. I might have to push it.
12.
Oh,
Ooh, nice.
So was that a push?
no.
You just got 12. Excellent. Awesome.
Yeah, you asked for a stealth roll. That's the stealth roll.
Nice. So there was a moment when the Clockwork Oracle almost kind of fluffs its feathers again and kind of just like, almost like these little like pinpricks of white open up, and it kind of looks at the guy in the bed, and you duck down, and it fluffs and it settles down again, and you kind of look up over the edge of the bed, and it's just little pinpricks of white. It's closed its eyes again. All right. So at this point, we have Vatinius and Fadia. You make it to the front of the door. Conri, you're now in over the window. Okay. You've got it. Took you 3 rounds.
All right.
So you're in, you land. I'm going to go to Vatinius and Fadia. But before I do, does Doreena or Dulius want to do anything? You've got Vatinius, the centurion, and Fadia, the priestess. They ran off towards the front to create a distraction. You can see now the legs of Conri the Kate kind of kicking in the window, and then he drops out of sight a little bit. So they're now committed. What are you two doing?
Doreena is headed toward that window that she saw the feet go through.
Okay.
And she's going to be ready if she needs to attempt to go through the window.
Sounds good. Dulius, what are you doing?
I think Dulius is going with Doreena.
From your perspective, Doreena, like after throwing shit around and like no one was paying any attention to her, which is kind of eerie in its own way, she heads off to follow Conri's feet going through the window. And actually 2 mules are following her. Like,
That's good.
And you become aware that you're the only person now standing in the barn, so you're like, okay, I guess I'm going too.
Like apparently shit's going down, and okay, that seems like where that's the action is. So that's where I want to be.
All right, cool.
We had a plan, guys.
Yeah.
Had being the operative word.
We're
you know
going to
what?
commit so much murder.
You literally sent the monster hunter and Conri the Kate ahead.
They had one job.
It's like you
One
almost, at the
job.
point where Conri the Kate is going. It's like apparently this plan is not surviving contact. So at the front of the villa now, with big steps going up, we have the wonderful Vatinius Papaus, the centurion, and Fadia, the priestess. You two, what are you doing at the front of this house?
Is there a doorway, or is this all open?
It's big, huge double doors. They're deep, reddish brown in color, studded in bronze. Magnificent doors. Big plaque on the front that says House of Quintus Decius Latinius, and there's actually little embosses for the like silhouettes of the previous generations on there. Much money, much wealth.
So it's not uncommon for Greek nobility to take important guests indoors. So I think let's announce ourselves. And I will let you do the honors because I don't announce myself.
So Vatinius announced the priestess.
The priestess Fadia is here to see the master of the
Is
house.
there a door knocker or anything like that?
Yes, there is. 2 big, huge knockers.
Oh, he takes a door knocker and bangs it. Bang, bang, bang.
So at the back of the house, Conri and Tiberius, and in fact, a little further back, Doreena and Dulius and the 2 mules, you will hear bang, bang, bang going on. A little bit higher to Conri and Tiberius. You like suddenly, almost like the whole villa reverberates with this. There is a moment, and I'm going to come back to you. There is a moment when the bird opens its eyes. Even the guy in the bed reacts to the knocking on the door. At the front, you knock on this door good and hard.
Right.
And there is a moment of nothingness that happens. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. I'm just going to pause the button there. In the bedroom, Conri and Tiberius, the room just lit up. Like the people just woke up around you. In the courtyard, you can hear a dog go shink, shink, a little short ways away. Off to your right, where you could hear ting, 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 that stops, and you hear, what is that? So that's all going on. But a Clockwork oracle just opened its eyes. A man in the bed just opened his eyes. I'm going to start with Tiberius. What do you do?
I'm gonna try and tie the guy up in the bed and gag him.
Any particular order to that?
Probably start with tying him up.
Ola looks at you in a disapproving manner.
Is that your final answer?
Scream. Make us can't scream.
I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you what to do.
All right. I think what I want out of you, Tiberius, is I want a strength roll. Because as you come in on who you assume to be Quintus starts to resist and he's beginning to go, "Ugh!" And he's going to start to shout.
So you want me to roll under my strength?
Well, actually, I do. That would be preferable. But this is almost like an opposed roll. He's not a particularly strong man. So just give me a roll. Even a failure might win compared to this guy.
Okay, I rolled an 11 and I have a strength of 85.
Oh.
Oh.
I probably broke some bones.
So you're a monster of a man. Holy balls. Okay. Quintus Dexius is not a monster of a man. You loom up out of the shadows. This is almost happening all as one fluid motion. And his eyes lock on yours and he is scared. He is scared witless. This big, huge, freaking dude in the room with him. And you just put a hand right over his mouth and you immediately, with one fluid motion, you wrap a cloth right around his head and his mouth, and same cloth up around his arms, around his back as well. And you're like almost lifting him out of the bed with the same fluid motion at this stage. And like the guy, I mean, honestly, with his strength compared to yours, he might as well just go because it's not even getting freaking close. You have complete physical dominance over him. He is gagged and he is bound. Good job. Meanwhile, though, the main problem in the room is there is a mechanical bird that's about to let off a caterwaul of freaking anarchy in the next warble if it gets an opportunity to do so. Conri, what would you like to do?
I'm gonna leap across the room and like cut its head off.
Now, this is your magical dagger, isn't it?
It is my magical dagger.
Excellent. And believe me, actually, that helps because this thing is metal. So having the item that you have is going to help. So what I'm going to need is an actual melee out of you. Give me a knife attack.
I rolled a 63. I need a 65. So it is a hit.
That's a hit. You don't want to spend any more luck to do anything with that. It wouldn't be worth it. You'd have to spend too much. Okay, let me just make sure I'm looking at its correct stats right here. Make sure. Oh, there's his hit points. Give me some damage.
I see you in the window. I'm tossing them up.
Yeah. Okay.
Damage is actually it's 6 damage.
Do you have a strength bonus of any description?
I've got the damage bonus. Is that?
Yeah. So, Conri at the Kate, you get a D4 plus 2 plus your damage bonus, and your damage bonus is a D4.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. So it's then it's 8 damage. I'm sorry.
All right. And this is totally genuine.
No, it's not 8 damage. It's 9 damage. I
All right.
the wrong side.
So this is genuine now. I'm going to actually tell you it had 4 armor, okay, which your knife completely negates. Without that knife, you would not have actually done what I'm about to describe. You actually move across the room like a freaking panther at this. Its wings come up and you can hear kick, 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 and it's opening its mouth and you literally grab it around the neck, chop it with your sea axe at the same time, and its head comes off. And its body just like immediately collapses in this shower of disembodied feathers, metal feathers. They just go kick, 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 like metal glitter, and they just collapse to the floor. But there's also like this blur of black oil that melts over and goops down onto the ground as well. Give me a sanity roll for that.
Sanity roll.
And I'm going to give you a bonus because you're holding its head and you are, Conri.
26.
You're fine. You've seen this type of shit before.
I see it all.
It's like, Yeah, you're fine. Beautiful move, guys. That was fast. That was super fast. That could have gone so wrong.
You guys are
magic,
off the stealth team.
without that dagger, without activating the power, you wouldn't have killed it. I'm just telling you now. So that was a good job.
Yeah. I was like, we got to kill this thing.
It's good. So at the front of the house, and you two are super stealth. You're like freaking 7 foot tall ninjas. But you ninja'd the shit out of this room. And like by the time you like one movement, gagged. It's like quiet. Now you are hearing commotion outside though. You are hearing like the front door getting knocked on. You hear heavy crunching gravel moving away from you, clearly across the courtyard towards the front door. Where we will pick up Vatinius and Fadia. Just so you know, Doreena and Dulius appear behind you, Conri and Tiberius. And there's like this little Doreena head that appears at the window. And Doreena, you see the guy bound up who you take to be Quintus, now over the shoulder probably of Tiberius, in the pocket actually of Tiberius at this point. And you see this just shattered bird, just feathers, and Conri kind of looking at its head. That's what you see when you poke your head over. At the front, so the centurion and the priestess. After a couple more raps on the door, first you hear stink, stink, stink. You don't know what that is, and you hear on the other side of the door. Then you hear a human voice. What do you want?
Well, I'm here with Fadia, the Magnificent, to we're here to see the master of the house.
Go away. Client times are over. Now, strictly speaking, he's right, by the way, but you don't think he's claiming it because of those reasons. Go away. Get lost.
We've come a long way. Wait, we've come a long way. Tell your master we're here.
Give me a charm, Peter. Give me a charm.
You've got charm.
Or actually, I will allow you to use another verbal skill if you feel it's more appropriate. If you like, maybe an intimidation, if you feel that would be more appropriate.
Yeah, intimidation. I got 50% on that one. I'll do that one.
It's kind of like, you start booming out your centurion commands.
34, 50.
There is, you can both hear,
He doesn't know.
you both hear this, by the way. It's like, and there's a big bar slides on the back of the door, and then heavy door opens. Now, first and foremost, you do see that this big, it's like it's a shallow, it's not too deep corridor leads to your left and your right. Then it opens up into 2 rooms beyond you that in turn open up into a beautiful courtyard beyond. The thing, though, that you notice immediately is that there is a guy of about 6 feet in height, very muscular setting, shaven head, definitely not from these parts, maybe Egyptian, standing in front of you. He is the one that opened the door, and he doesn't seem too freaking impressed by the centurion or the priestess. This is definitely either, Xerxes or Andre. And you heard that Andre was the bigger guy, so you have to put this down to Xerxes. And he's standing there glowering at you, but it's the dog behind him that gets your attention. Big, huge war dog with what looks like a metal mask over his face. Well, maybe that's not too unusual, but his legs have been removed from metal legs, blades for claws, crystals embedded into his bone going down the back of his neck. Who you take to be Xerxes does not seem to give a shit that you have seen the dog. The dog is growling at you both from behind him right now. I need a sanity roll off you both. Dogs don't normally look like this.
A 6.
Nicely done. But
Feel
maybe
like I've
they
used
do
up my
look
luck.
like this. You've seen dogs
I've
like this
seen
before.
worse.
Yeah, some of you have, yeah.
50. I got 50 out of 80.
Then you're good too. So it's the type of thing, yeah, well, this is not normal, but neither one of you are shaken by it. Tiberius. So you're fine by this, saying this. Xerxes, like, I don't know who you are, priestess, but you have no booked time for now.
Control your damn dog and go with your master.
I think this will be a mutual arrangement for the both of us, as I see that he is a man of culture as well. It will be in his best interest to speak with me.
Come on. And he actually takes a step backwards so you can walk in. The dog doesn't move, it just stands there. And you know how dogs kind of lower their head and it's growling at you both. It would snarl, but it actually doesn't now have the flesh to do so, but it is at least the noises coming out from it. So while that's going in, and clearly he's inviting you in, back in the house, Doreena, you slip like a snake into the bedroom. Dulius, you slip in too, standing on the back of one of the mules who's actually really wanting to try and follow Doreena right now. So you are also in the bedroom. All four of you are now in here. You have a bound up, and one of you's taking the credit for this. You have a bound up guy who's like totally incapacitated. Totally incapacitated. He looks like a mummy right now. You've got him bound so good. And a completely dismantled Clockwork J. So the whole like objective that Galerius wanted you to do, probably not going to happen at this point, but that's okay, you feel. What are you four in the bedroom going to do? Now, you can hear a soft ching, ching, ching going off to your right-hand side as you're looking into the compound. And you do hear occasionally, what is going on out there? Again, off to your right. There is a smell in the air that you can only describe as if someone rubbed metal under your nose. And you can taste copper. Hi, baby. What are you doing? You can taste copper like you've just been licking it. And it's not pleasurable at all. And it seems to just be permeating the air around you. Meanwhile, over at the front of the house, Mr. Centurion Vatinius and Priestess Fadia, you kind of walk in, and Xerxes closes a door, strides ahead of you both. Now, the thing you notice about Xerxes, he's completely naked on the top, like he's been working in a workshop or working out, but he's actually got a little bit of a glisten going on, but he's got an apron over the top. He's got no weaponry on him, but he does have some tools that he's clearly been working with. But as he strides away from you, both of you see a white disc that looks like stone in the palm of his hand. But it's not like he's holding it in the palm of the hand. It's in his flesh. It's actually slightly embedded. And there's some strands of copper coming out that thread between his fingers and into the back of his hand. Pretty easy to see. There is definitely engraving on the actual disc, but you can't see it because he's just walking away from you in a very natural way. The dog falls in behind you both and never stops growling. When you walk through the room and drop into the courtyard, big, huge courtyard, sunken fountain in front of you. Under other circumstances, this would be a beautiful, beautiful villa to be in. But you see a couple of servants working the flower beds, and they're working the flower beds like marionettes. They got very jerky movement, and there's something wrong with their upper bodies because they are encrusted with these white blue crystals. And out of where the crystals come are these big, huge wires, these copper wires that come back into the bodies at different parts. One thing you notice is very jerky motions, like someone is just controlling what they do. It's like if they're like working in the garden or something, they're just like doing this type of thing. It's not a very real movement that they have. The other is most of them are just outright weeping. They're just, tears are just coming down their cheeks. One of them has a little bob of blonde hair, a couple of little braids coming down the front of her face. And she's like down on the ground and she's like de-weeding a garden that does not need to be de-weeded. There are no weeds. She's just going through the motions right now. And she is also openly ground. And you recognize her. You recognize her from the description. She has a full breast that glints in the sunlight. Yeah, without a doubt, this is Andara. So as you coming through and you got Xerxes just leading the way ahead, he's kind of just walking obviously one way to one side of the steps and the fountain itself. You got the dog behind you. You got a couple of slaves in here that don't seem to be happy with their current plight. On the other side of the courtyard, there is this big, huge open door where clearly there used to be a door, and smoke is actually partly coming out of that, partly out of the ceiling, and you start to also get this sense of taste in your mouth that is like licking metal. It starts to get thicker and thicker and thicker. So that's you back into the room with the four. Yeah, go ahead.
Is this courtyard? Is it open to the air?
Yes, 100%. It is absolutely open to the air above you.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah. So into the bedroom beyond, you stop, you pause. What are you doing? There's a little bit of commotion outside. There's movement going on. Clearly, the priestess has arrived, you would say.
Oh, I think we need to get this guy out. Put him on one of your donkeys.
Yeah.
And let him leave. And then the bird too. And then
I definitely want to take the bird and I'm going to put it into a bag. I'm going to put the head in a separate bag.
Okay.
I don't trust that it's not going to fuse.
That it regenerates. Yeah, that's no problem. That's easy enough to do. So you guys all do that.
They want to get the guy out of there. So I can take the guy over and stick him in the barn.
What is I'm a donkey for now?
Well, the donkey's gonna follow her.
Right. We need to keep him with us.
So what is it going to be? You can stuff him out the window. You can keep him with you. He's completely incapacitated right now, just so you guys know.
I think just get him outside.
Let's stay with him.
Well, then let's split apart.
Yeah.
We're already split.
We're gonna drop him out the window.
Okay. There is a plaintive as he lands on the other side, but he's not going anywhere. He's not with the rope work that Tiberius did on him. But he's not going anywhere.
The donkeys will take care of him.
The donkeys will, because they love you. The donkeys will definitely take care of him. Yeah, he's not even capable of hopping up onto his feet and hopping away. The donkeys will knock him back down again. You feel pretty sure that he's doing nowhere. Tiberius had a great role on that one. So, do you want to just wait for your moment to come out?
Well,
You guys had an idea.
well, we were discussing whether or not to go look for the Egyptian guy. What's his name?
Well,
He's probably
the
in 7.
Nectarius.
Yeah.
Now
but-
remember, room 5 opens out to room 4.
Right.
Room 4 is adjacent to the courtyard. Room 5 is not. So you could at least move one room before anything. I mean, there might be someone in the next room, but you don't know that. But you know that your room in itself is not adjacent to the courtyard right now. So you could move if you want to move. You're hearing these muffled sort of sounds of like, things going on. It's up to you if you want to change your position.
I mean, maybe a good idea could be toss a rope up and over that wall so we can try to, if we need to scamper back out that window faster we can. And then we should move
honestly, you're a smart guy. You end up like, you think about a rope and then you just pull a table underneath.
Oh, right.
The room is full of furniture.
Right. And then we move into room 4 so we can get we can listen to what's happening to our friends in the courtyard, or maybe even get visual on what's happening to them. That way.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
you all have a map of this thing. So Doreena and Dulius, Tiberius and Conri, you move into room 4. Room 4 is like a mini dining area, but a dining area maybe for 1 or 2 people. It has nice low chaise lounges. It has a low table. It has silk drapes coming from the ceiling. And clearly this is where someone would rest, maybe eat a little bit under some cover, read a book, perhaps. This is just a rest area, the master's rest area. There is one small doorway to your right, which you know is room 6 and leads through to room 1. That starts to head towards the workshop directly. But in front of you, closed, there is a doorway. And on the other side of that doorway, you know, is the courtyard. There are some windows either side of it, the lattice work windows. And you see coming across the courtyard, towards you and to the right, you see the priestess, Fadia, and the big, huge, bulking shape of Vatinius. And they're following a 6-foot-tall, bald-headed character that you recognize as being Xerxes. Behind them, and Conri, you've not seen this before, nor have you, Dulius or Doreena, is a half-metal dog. I'm going to need a sanity roll out of the 3 of you seeing this dog for the first time. Please.
Failed.
Yay, what now?
Yay, sanity checks.
Yay, sanity checks. Who failed? 1 point.
Let's see. Oh, wait a
If
minute.
you made it, you're good.
Oh, well, my sanity is 72. I rolled a 72.
You're fine. That makes it. You're good. Dulius, are you good? Okay, excellent. So you see this half mechanical dog that I've described several times before following the priestess and obviously the centurion. The dog does not look happy. Like it just wants word to start buzzsawing people apart. It is just waiting for the kill command. Xerxes doesn't look happy, but this is beyond his pay grade at this point. As you, Vatinius and Fadia, walk across the courtyard, the workshop is ahead of you. There is, sitting on the steps in front of the workshop, is what can only be described as a small giant of a man. 7 feet tall, almost as much as that wide. He is completely shaven all over, including his eyebrows, but his head is slightly misshapen, like he had some kind of birth defect. He is just a huge human being, incredibly ugly human being. He has no obvious weaponry on him at all, but he does have the big, huge leather apron over this massive, bulking chest and pockets full of hammers and tongs and things like that. He's glistening heavily, like he must have been close to the forge up until recently. When he sees you crossing the courtyard towards him, he stands up and, oh my God, he's taller than you thought. He's just immense. He makes Tiberius look small. He's that freaking big. Stepping from behind him is a smaller individual, maybe 6 feet in height, very wiry, very thin, shaven-headed also with a leather apron on the front of him, but he's actually robed underneath it. This is a gaunt man, quite pale, actually, in appearance. And he's wiping his hands of a black ichor on a cloth, which he just throws to one side. What is the meaning of this interruption? And he just glares at you both. Xerxes, I told you, no visitors. Xerxes sort of like bows his head slightly, sort of stands to one side. The dog growls louder. Stop there, both of you. Who are you?
Important visitors to see the master. Who are you?
I am the master, and you're not looking too important to me.
You're not the master.
No, my friend is mistaken. We understand that you have a particular set of skills that are much underappreciated. And we are patrons of the arts.
My skills are very much appreciated.
Are they?
And the former master of this villa knows as much. Look, I don't need you here. I didn't invite you here. If I need a priestess, I'll call for you. Go away.
Please, I'm not here to start any trouble. I'm merely here as somebody who understands your work and understands that perhaps the funds to complete your projects might be running a little low at the moment.
The funds are plenty enough. And if you
Are
do
they?
indeed understand my works, priestess, what are you? Which god? Is it one of the older gods or one of the new gods? Which god do you serve?
Please, we don't need to speak of such things, especially not in front of company.
Xerxes, escort them out. And he actually turns to go straight back in, and Andre just like takes a step down the stairs. The dog growls even more. Go away, priestess of the new gods. You're not needed here. He goes back inside.
You gotta leave, and nothing else was there.
What are you guys doing? Xerxes like looks at you both unapologetically and kind of just points towards the door. Andre, you swear, growls just like the dog is growling.
You're gonna turn away visitors without even any refreshments, or you're just gonna throw us out like we're...
You both have got to go, says Xerxes. You gotta go now.
We should leave.
All right, we'll slowly turn towards the front door then.
That's a good call. Go on. All right, so everyone in room 4, Doreena, etc., 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 you can see and hear this altercation go on. And it seems like, the Centurion's been a little bit slow about it, on his way out. But they are indeed moving in that direction.
I mean, if it's possible if we can watch them, and if they actually do get out, I think we should all just duck out the window and back again.
All right. Well, we're walking out. We don't know what you're doing.
Well, right, but I mean, like, we can see you guys visually. So, our group. I mean, what do you guys think?
I think we should leave, and then if we want to take care of the 2 bodyguards, we can get them on their morning stroll.
Right.
And then at that point, it's just, the one Egyptian guy left.
Just,
Well, it's him and the dog.
and the creature he's been building.
Yeah.
Sure, but we can take care of them
Yeah.
kind of separately.
I'm a little bit worried that kind of backing out and then coming back in the morning isn't necessarily going to fly in the same way that bird you guys crushed isn't ever going to fly.
We're gonna get these guys when they come to town. Not there.
Well,
no.
I think what Dulius, in fact, you know what? To expound upon Dulius's point here, everyone could give me an idea roll. It's your bottom rightmost stat.
Bottom right.
It's like alongside your app, your appearance, your education, your size. Then you got an int, which gives you your idea. Is it a 0-1 or something? Is that what we're showing?
It's like
here?
it's a 0-4.
Nice. Well,
these dice.
That's kismet, man, because you actually have the point. You have the idea. Did anyone else make it?
I made it.
I got a 7.
I feel like the not trying to rock the boat ship has sailed and then like got out the port and then sunk.
And the
Fadia's-
investigator, the keeper's going to say right now, Dulius has a good point. You just killed the bird, which normally is twittering every single morning, and you have the master bound up. You have made your move. The odds of them not noticing something amiss between now and tomorrow morning is extremely remote.
That might be true, but they're still gonna have to go out and get more supplies to keep building the thing.
Well, if nothing
Hey.
else, we can
But
I don't think they're
that
gonna
maybe
follow
not
now.
though. Like they might do something else. Like activate more dogs. Like, have you seen that thing? It's horrific.
Oh, I've seen it. Don't worry.
What if we just regroup? Like, we already have this room kind of established. What if we just get our other party members and bring them around?
Yes. Regroup, do heroic things. I think that's the plan.
I mean, we also have these guys sort of split up. if you guys want to do something while like two of us handle Xerxes.
Didn't we have
And-
some
and
kind
the
of
dog?
bombs the last
You
time?
got Xerxes and the dog.
Yeah, and then we're
Well-
gonna be the tinker and the giant.
And the golem.
What is the golem active? Do we know that yet?
We heard some grating sound before. I don't know what that meant, but
Yeah, did anyone see the golem?
we definitely heard something.
No one's seen the golem yet.
Let's keep it that way.
Right. If nothing else, I think regrouping, and then we might be able to bring them around to our newly established front base. You know. I mean that I feel like that's we at least regroup, and we can discuss it as a party as opposed to, you know.
All right. Do we want to do that then? We have Vatinius and Fadia kind of lead out the front and then just come straight in the back again.
I mean,
Right.
yes, I do want to have an opportunity to maybe shake Xerxes' hand if he allows it. I want to get a better idea of what that disc is.
You offer out your hand. He does not offer out his, like, at all. Like he just like stares at you like he's about to hit you with a hammer. But I will allow you and Vatinius to give me a spot roll to see if you notice anything on your way out.
Oh, spot roll.
Spot.
Yeah.
Narrowly made it.
Spot hidden.
Yeah, 24 out of 25.
It's a skill
Right up
over here.
All right.
Someone else on the board.
Oh, okay. Oh, mine's 60.
Nice, you're an observant person. But then on the battlefield, watching sort of movements of troops, etc.
I failed it. I rolled 73.
All right, Vatinius, nice one. Your rolls have not been awesome today, but you're just saving yourself for the battle, so that's okay. So the only thing that you notice, Fadia, is as you're leaving, I mean, you offer out your hand. He doesn't shake you. He doesn't like get anywhere near you. And honestly, you're kind of glad that he didn't touch you with that thing. With the copper wires coming out, going back into his skin, it's quite not natural. But you did notice that there is indeed a pretty shallow design on it. And it looks like a pyramid with an eye in it, with tentacles or something coming off the pyramid and reaching up to the sky above. At the base of the pyramid, it just looks like little people or something are revering it, but it's so abstract, it's hard to tell.
Well, I would, in parting, I will just like to remind him that not all old gods are merciful, and he should reconsider his choices. And that's it. And I'm just gonna be like, praise the sun. I do wish your master success in his endeavors.
As he closes the door, he does say to you, you better hope they are merciful.
They
And
are
the door
not.
closes.
It's murder time.
Did you just change your background in time for murder time?
She
Did you
Maybe.
literally just go from sunflowers to skulls?
Have you met my wife?
I
I love
am
it.
always extra with everything I do. Yes.
All right, so Vatinius and Fadia, you like scurry around the back, and even though you've now been in the complex and clearly everything's not right in here, you're beginning to understand why really no one is kind of like looking outside, because they're controlled, and you feel pretty confident moving around the back. When you do get to the back, there are two mules here. One of them has a hoof on a bound elderly gentleman and is holding him on the ground. This gentleman has been wrapped like he is a mummy and is clearly going nowhere. But you think that the mules are actually mad dogging him right now. One of them will move helpfully underneath the window for you to be able to get up to their mistress, Doreena. You kind of bunk your way up and through the window, where there is helpfully on the other side, someone has arranged furniture where you could drop down quite gracefully. Now, on the inside of here, this is a master bedroom. There's a lot of furniture in here. Some of it's been moved around. There is a bird perch, which has been knocked over at some point. Lots of black oil on the ground a small sort of pool, and your other 4 members of Dulius Corps standing in the room together, waiting for your arrival. You actually feel like you have been unobserved. Your presence here, at least in this room, is completely unknown at the moment.
Out of curiosity, can I make a Cthulhu mythos or occult check to see if I know what that symbol is that he has on him? I'm basically trying to place the old god.
Yes, in fact, if you describe it, if you want to, everyone can do a Cthulhu roll.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just sort of mention it in case you have seen such imagery in passing.
So it's a Cthulhu.
Yeah, Cthulhu mythos.
What are we going for?
Cthulhu mythos.
Nice.
I got a 98.
20
So-
out of 20.
Oh, nice, good one. So
Just-
Dulius goes Cthulhu. What now?
Right, I got
The
0.
what?
Well, wait. So, Alyssa. So Pete technically doesn't have the skill, but he rolled a 0-1.
If you don't have, well, no, Pete must have some kind of skill. Didn't everyone get some Cthulhu mythos from the last adventure?
I don't have any on the
Maybe you did.
I
Pete,
thought you said we could take any skill except mythos.
well, and
to
that's
last
true,
adventure.
but I thought everyone got a little bit, but maybe you didn't. So you know what? Sure. I mean, I'll give a 0-1 for Pete, but Pete, give yourself a 5% Cthulhu mythos. Like you might as well write that down.
Right.
And then, but
5%.
then Ola, you also got it. So yes, there is a god, an elder god called Nyarlathotep. And Nyarlathotep has many, many faces. He is the only elder god like that. He has many aspects, hundreds of them, and they all have different names and they all have different symbols, but they're all the same god. And this is one that is known as the TikTok man. So they're clearly cultists of the TikTok god, which is an aspect of Nyarlathotep. This is ancient.
And problematic.
Doesn't sound like a
Carte
real
blanche on murder. It will be blessed by the sun. If you were looking for approval, I don't think you were, but just in case you were, for some sort of moral compass.
I want a group luck roll. I want one person to volunteer to do it based on their luck roll, but it's going to affect the group as a whole.
Are we allowed to discuss our luck rolls or no?
Oh yes, yes.
I've got a 68. Anybody?
I've got a 75.
75 for luck.
Yeah.
Better than mine. I'm
I mean, Peter's had some abysmal luck rolls in general, but this might be his time to shine.
75 is pretty good.
Yeah,
75 is pretty
good.
solid.
Yep, I feel like that's the way to go.
All right, give me a roll against that 75.
Or was it? Is that what you did, right?
Yeah, 64.
64. I made it.
Okay, fantastic. You hear actually who you now know as Nectarius. So yeah, just keep everyone out from now on, and you start to hear the resume ting 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 of him clearly working at some kind of forge or something. You hear Xerxes' voice say, "Check the old man, make sure everything's in order over there." But then you hear Andre go, "Fuck off. Everything's fine. I would have heard if there was any problems."
Okay.
And everything seems to go quiet.
I told the group what I hear.
Okay. I know, because we could have to lay there in the bed and then just sit there ready.
Nice.
Put the bird back on the stand.
Just like
back on, like in Dumb and Dumber.
Like duct tape together. Freaking
if
head lolling to one side.
Right.
if I can make a humble request, Not just for Gabe to give me more beer, but if we can avoid it, to not hurt any of the slaves because they are not acting of their own volition.
Right.
And whatever has been done to them is cruel and unnatural, and we must punish the perpetrators for doing so.
I can agree to that.
Okay, excellent. A pamphlet you would really enjoy.
Do you think it can be reversed?
I'm not so sure about the pamphlet though.
Oh, I think we will need the expertise of one Anikatos.
Right, you're right.
Because I think it can be reversed, but it will need to be delicately done by expert hands.
Does anyone have medicine, by the way?
Got first aid.
First aid's good, but medicine is better for this type of thing.
I've got 01 for medicine.
So no.
We don't heal people.
Right.
Yeah, you're probably going
Well,
to have
it's
to
the
draft in
opposite.
some experts on that one. Yes.
I thought Dulius had some skills.
Dulius, medicine?
Medicine of the soul, perhaps. I bring people up. I make people better. I help them rise. But I'm not a doctor.
I mean, I
But
too
you're a
help
doctor of
people
the soul.
rise.
All right.
But
A doctor of the soul.
Okay. So, yeah, maybe you'll be able to reverse
A doctor
it.
of the spirit.
Doctor of the
A
spirit.
doctor of the body, no.
He's still
I never
going.
animals.
Yeah, so I mean, all of you like have a quick sort of conversation about it. It's like, yeah, maybe, but probably getting someone like Anikatos involved would be your best bet. Maybe him, maybe a proper doctor, you know, a surgeon, but you guys don't have the skill in and of yourselves. That said, you do know that you probably now have a limited time window. Because at some point they are going to come check on the old man. At some point they are going to come check on the bird. And maybe that's okay. But things are going to kick off at some point. What are you going to do? You're in the lion's den right now.
didn't really want to mess with the two bodyguards, but by the way, are quite beefy. Maybe my type, but you know, cultists, so not.
The dog is bad. And I don't think it cares that we have fabrics with us that have the scent of its former owners.
So you will be surprised how certain primal instincts can sometimes overcome things. Hopefully, that will help. I would say
There are no
if you...
bad dogs, just
Yep.
bad owners.
Exactly. So I think it's still equipping things that smell like the owners that he is familiar with might bring him some comfort in this difficult time. But I suspect we will need to put him down for his own sake.
We've accomplished a lot of what we came for. We've got the man. We've got the killed the bird.
We really just need to get the slave woman. What was her name?
The slave woman and the jewelry.
And Dora.
And the jewelry, yeah.
Right.
Well, we haven't accomplished anything. We have someone out here who is worshiping the old gods, committing atrocities against the living. They must be punished.
But it's another adventure.
I would agree with Fadia. I'm with I side with Fadia. We have to do something about this.
If before it is too late, we do not know what he is doing, but the full extent of what we can see is that he is not above sacrificing lives wantonly to pursue a unholy purpose.
Well, if we're gonna do something, we gotta do something right away. What are we gonna do?
Well, maybe we could subtly extricate the people that we need to, and the jewelry and all that, and then we could contact the Legion and say, hey, by the way, this evil shit's happened down here. I think Rome should take care of this. You know.
It might lead to a loss of life. I guess Conri is not really worried about the loss of Roman Legion lives.
My life. You know, it seems I'm okay. But
Also, I don't know if the Roman legion would have, or even the Corinthian, like the Greek equivalent, military equivalent, they do not care what happens to slaves. And they have been the only ones affected.
Right.
The lord of this manor is simply unwell. He probably didn't have any crystals on him, because that would be an act against Corinth / Rome / whatever. But slaves, no. Somebody has to stand up for them, and that should be us. Now, would you like some poison? I think you will need it to bring down Andre, for sure. Xerxes probably also as well.
There's some supplemental poison. So what are we gonna do?
So I think this is the thing. I mean, what do you guys want to do? And there is no right or wrong answer here. I do want to be conscious of the fact that we're hitting about the 5-hour mark on this one. And if you want to like leave and get reinforcements and come back, maybe we'll do that as a part 2 in a couple of weeks' time if everyone was available. If you just want to kick it off right now, then we can kick it off right now. But we should make a decision about how you're going to do this. And again, we can just pause, think about it, and resume in a part 2. I'm okay with doing this back again in 2 weeks' time. How do you want to do it?
It's tough. Tough choice.
Well, we can take the bird and the man back to town and come back later. Clean up later.
Okay,
It's far too late for that.
We've got the element of surprise now.
Yeah, we won't have the element of surprise.
All right,
These people could be, maybe these people are sacrificed to something and something worse happens.
All right, well,
Yeah.
all right.
Fadia, you had some kind of explosive devices the last time. Do you have any of those left?
I mean, I have some. Did I bring them? Did I bring fire bombs with me this time? No.
Oh.
That seems a little bit. This was a reconnaissance mission, my term.
Well, I was just thinking we could blow up that room, but
It was like Conri and Tiberius were the ones who went in.
You know, one thing led to another, things just happen.
Okay, well, bro. Okay, if we're gonna do it, let's just do it then.
I understand. We will not have fire bombs this time
These
around.
things happen. There's no need to point fingers.
I don't think Conri and Tiberius feel any level of guilt. They're like, we reconnoitered. Bedroom looks clear.
Look at all the recon we did.
Not quite what I had in mind, but the best I can offer you in this trying time is poison. For yourselves. No, and but also for hopefully taking down the humanoids among us.
do we have to get the poison down their throats?
It's a contact poison.
Well, also,
Oh, okay.
Fadia, who do you think is in control? Like, if we were to kill Nectarius,
Invictus?
yeah.
Nectaris appears to be in control.
So
However-
if to stop him, would that end it?
It sounds like Xerxes and Andre have their own sense of free will. They are not as sort of animated as the others are. They have their own will and sensibilities.
They're coming across completely as human to you.
Yes.
With
If
some kind of
we-
weird apparatus.
I mean, they
move their left hand.
they are cultists. I suspect that gives them some sort of boon, but that is not the end of their alignment to the old god they worship.
But who controls the dog or the slaves?
That would appear to be Nectaris.
So potentially, if we rushed him and killed him,
I mean, it's worked for us in the past. Doreena is very effective at slaughtering cult leaders.
right?
There's no door on his workshop either, right? So
No.
Well, there's the one from the courtyard.
but I
It's not
thought-
really a door, it's been removed.
yeah, the door was removed.
So we have clear passage, except for the giant hulking of a man. That puts a lot of you to shame.
Wait, what'd you say?
I am saying that he is as tall and wide as two of you.
I don't know about that.
I mean, he wasn't quite the dragon that we have previously bested, but he is a mountain of a man.
He's no dragon.
So here's an idea. We could just stay in this room and wait for them to eventually do the check and take out one of the two people.
Pounce then, yeah.
It's possible.
Because at some point they are going to check on this room.
Yeah.
And then we can ambush them in this room.
That gets rid of one of them, maybe.
Yeah.
Right.
That's not a bad idea.
And the thing is, if it all goes sideways, we already have a table pulled up to the window, so we can jump out fast.
No, that's a good idea.
So
actually.
I don't see much reason to just run in to room 7 and, see what happens.
No, I think it's a good idea.
That is valid. The only issue I see with that is giving them more time to complete their work.
Yeah, but it's only an hour, so a couple hours.
So I don't know if this has been anything. My concern would be that with whatever magical connection that they have with the wires and everything like that, can he look through their eyes or anything like that? Is that a thing that's happening?
That does not appear to be the case, at least not with Xerxes and Andre.
Then I'm all good with ambushing those fools.
Yep.
Yeah, if that were true, then he would have known about the visitors before they got there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And the bird didn't seem to send a message to anybody.
Right.
It didn't have a chance.
I looked it dead in the eye as I chopped its head off and never heard a peep. So yeah.
Well, that's a good plan, Petey, I think. To wait for they come check on us.
What do you guys think?
We might be here a while, at least until the following morning.
Whatever it is.
If we are staying that long, I would like to have the opportunity to get some of the slaves out of here. They are clearly distressed and may not last much longer. In the
But
safety
how do we
ring.
get them out of here?
I didn't think that far ahead, but give me time.
No, the slaves will come. Slaves will come second. You gotta take care of these other people first.
I am worried that they may not be in full control of themselves and may be forced to fight.
Well, I
us.
think they're definitely not in full control of themselves, but I don't know how we're gonna fix that in the meantime.
There's also the
At
worry.
least pulling the wires.
Right.
Oh, I don't
There's
think we
also
should
the
do
worry
that. That might be permanent damage.
I don't think so either.
Obviously, there's also the worry of what if it's a slave that comes to check on the master. Then we have to deal with someone that we don't want to harm.
No killing the slaves. Maybe just knock them out. I feel like their primary motor function can still be affected.
Pillowcase over the head.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't.
Certainly.
It can be non-lethal, sure.
Just non-lethal on the slaves, maybe, and then go all out, blades first.
Yeah.
On the big boys.
I'm going to come up with a crazy thought because I was intending for this to be about a 4-hour session, and I think we might end up pushing 7, maybe even 8. I'm going to suggest that we do this in a part 1 and part 2 again, and we pause here, like in a Showtime special style.
Every time.
And if you are available in 2 weeks' time, I know I am. I mean, maybe even we do it next weekend, but we could resume when you have availability, and we will do the second half of the Clockwork Orange, which will give Clockwork Oracle, which will give you an opportunity to think about how you want to approach this, because I don't want you to feel rushed. But it will allow you then a little bit of breathing room if you do want to let people trickle in, checking on the master and things like that. So if you're down with, plus if things do go wrong, it will give us an opportunity to actually do the, oh no, there's a statue now rampaging through Corinth angle, which is a whole different beast altogether. So if you're willing, we could just pause here. Everyone can think about it. And we can resume and we'll play again in a couple of weeks' time.
That's good.
I think it sounds good.
Yeah.
I always love getting together with you guys. I miss you guys.
Yeah, you don't have to push me too hard to schedule a future one of these, because this is fun for me. So I'm all on board with it.
As much as I love seeing conclusions.
I think this conclusion is going to be a couple hours in the making, at least. I think that's what we're staring at right now. And I want to have the opportunity for us to enjoy the conclusion the same way that we did with the Cambrian Dragon. So let's pause this and we'll resume it in a chapter 2 then.
Okay.
Just like with the dragon.